has now been spent. Since the settlement agreement was signed and subsequently approved by the PUC, PG&E has focused on safely operating Diablo Canyon to the end of the licenses while preparing for decommissioning. Endless hours and millions of dollars have been used to plan for the plant's closure and coordinate with local, state, and regulatory bodies on the decommissioning effort. Such activities by PG&E include beginning the CEQA process under the California Environmental Quality Act, preparing the nuclear decommissioning cost triennial proceedings, and forming the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel. As recent as March of this year, both the state administration and PG&E stated that plans to decommission Diablo Canyon Power Plant were on track, as scheduled by 2025. In April of this year, that changed. The state administration signaled the intention to consider the continued operation of Diablo Canyon beyond 2025, buttressed by $6 billion potentially available by the federal government under the Civil Nuclear Credit Program to support the continued operation of U.S. nuclear reactors. In response, PG&E has now stated that it will likely apply to use the federal funds in September to continue Diablo Canyon's operation beyond 2025. The state administration, through various energy officials, has raised concern that without Diablo Canyon in place for a period after the scheduled closure, there might be times when the state's electricity grid does not have adequate power to meet California's needs. Part of the discussion will be whether this is correct and what other options there might be to meet the state's electricity needs in this period. You will hear during this workshop a presentation from the governor's team as to why the shift in Diablo Canyon's lifespan is now being considered, as well as what issues and challenges need to be addressed and overcome. But the bottom line is we are now faced with a situation where everything that would have been done to renew Diablo Canyon's operation beyond 2025 during the last 16 years when PG&E first applied for a license renewal would have to be collapsed into a 3-year window if there's a decision taken to extend the life of the plant. At the end of June, the state legislature approved a $75 million allocation for PG&E to address the size limitation of the current dry cask storage system for Diablo's spent nuclear fuel and uncertainties regarding the global supply of uranium. At that time, it was my concern that no one read that budget action as a decision to extend Diablo Canyon's life. But since PG&E would have to get in line before an August decision, getting in line for fuel and cask storage was necessary to be able to make a decision. I wanted it understood that this was not a decision to extend the life of the plant. I was registered as not voting. Operation is the key to energy reliability in California. But we do know what the challenges are that would have to be met if there's to be an extension of Diablo Canyon's life. For me, a proposal must address these concerns to be viable. My list of the major concerns are, first, safety. Safety is number one. Questions have been raised about the substantial deferred maintenance that the plant requires as a result of its shift from a short-lived operation to one that could last several more years. This issue has been raised by the Diablo Canyon Independent Safety Committee and requires the full diligence by the state, including support for training and retention so the skilled workforce needed to deliver plant safety can be assured for years to come. The existing workforce, both for safety and everything, has been living with a decommissioning date of 2025, and a number of workers there have made their retirement or career decisions based on that date. The next issue is who pays. The extension of the life of the Diablo Canyon plant will require major financial resources. Will state taxpayers through the general fund pay? Will federal dollars be accessed to pay back the general fund cost? Will utility ratepayers pick up the tab? The existing rate system puts major costs on ratepayers in a manner that stresses lower and middle income ratepayers who are already shouldering costs of the state's climate efforts. How will we know who pays and how much before we make a commitment to go forward on the extended life of the plant? Spent nuclear storage. The existing facility on site at Diablo Canyon, where spent nuclear fuel is stored, is only large enough to accommodate the waste generated by the plant until 2025. The capacity question must be answered now, as there is today no other place that can accept Diablo's radioactive waste. Seismic issues. Serious questions have been raised in the community about the completeness of existing seismic studies and their possible lack of full review by neutral third parties. We need to explore the state of existing seismic analyses and get answers as to where there may be gaps and or whether retrofitting is required to reduce risk if the plant's life is extended. Once-through cooling. Diablo Canyon is permitted to use its once-through cooling technology only until 2025. And that technology either needs to be replaced or the right to continue using it would have to be extended. If an extension is in order, it needs to be done in a manner that adequately mitigates for the significant environmental impact of releasing warm water into the marine environment over an extended period of time. Permitting. This raises the issue of state and federal permitting. Following existing processes would not likely allow enough time to complete permitting by the time that the plant life would be extended. Yet the engagement process that involves stakeholder involvement and agreement on the previous decision to decommission would only happen around a possible extension if the environmental processes are completed. There's a fine line between overriding processes and speeding them up. Community transition funding. The state legislature, as I previously mentioned, passed SB 1090 shortly after the settlement agreement was completed, which allowed for community and utility funding to ease the transition away from Diablo Canyon's revenue and labor base. Assurances are needed that those funds, much of which have already been spent, will not need to be returned to Sacramento and the state, and further that additional mitigation will be available in future years if the plant's life would be extended. On the Diablo Canyon lands, the community has fought long and hard for the conservation of and public access to the Diablo Canyon lands, which are expected to be transferred away from PG&E upon Diablo Canyon's closure in 2025. This process need not be delayed, and I look forward to working with environmental and user groups, local tribes, and local governments to see the short-term fruition of their vision for the 12,000 acres that surround the Diablo Canyon power plant. This is not only good for the community, it implements the governor's 30 by 30 biodiversity initiative in one of the richest ecological regions in the state. We need to make this happen. And the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. For years now, the Chumash and several thousand allies have promoted the creation of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary offshore of San Luis Obispo County. Protection of this marine environment goes hand in hand with the conservation of the Diablo lands in meaningfully advancing the governor's 30 by 30 biodiversity initiative. And it becomes even more urgent to protect this rich marine environment if we're to allow Diablo's operations to continue to impact the adjacent coastal waters. Yes, this is a federal issue, but the state can and must commit to support the federal implementation of the new sanctuary. And date certain. The uncertainties regarding Diablo's future causes significant anxiety and interferes on many levels with sound planning in San Luis Obispo County. For this reason, I believe there must be a date certain on the final closure date if the life of the plant is extended. A date that we can trust and count on so that we can make wise decisions moving forward. We want to avoid the unfortunate situation faced by the community surrounding the San Onofre power plant, which was caught flat-footed when the plant suddenly shuttered in 2013. And then offshore wind. One of the two areas that will be open to offshore wind development off the California coast is off San Luis Obispo County. One of the allures of this location is the existing transmission lines from the former Morro Bay fossil fuel plant and from Diablo Canyon. How do we ensure that an extension of the life of the nuclear power plant does not hinder the ability to bring on board and transmit new renewable power on the grid using existing local transmission? And then a Marshall Plan. The key reason for this discussion today about the unexpected continuation of Diablo Canyon is inadequate planning. We can't afford to make this mistake again. And so if we're to continue to operate Diablo Canyon longer to avoid future blackouts and otherwise stabilize the state's energy grid, we must use the time provided by that extension to create a Marshall Plan to move us toward the state's ambitious goal of zero carbon electricity by 2045. Making sure offshore wind is up and running in this area and not in conflict with the plant is a piece of that. I don't see a pathway to Diablo Canyon's continued operation unless each of these elements is addressed. No proposal can be complete without that. But I, for one, stand ready to have the conversation on these issues and am grateful to all those participating in the presentations and the discussion today. Thank you for allowing me to speak first and to frame this issue. I look forward to hearing the public comment.
Thank you, Senator Laird. This is Monique Gallardo again. We will now transition over to Senator Monique Limon.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking our governor's office as well as all the state agencies that are here. I'm Senator Monique Limon. I represent the Central Coast. The district I represent in the future will include communities in San Luis Obispo County. And like many of you, I am here to listen. And I know we have many questions and looking forward to the information that will be provided as we move forward this conversation, not just locally, but at the state level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We will now turn to Assemblymember Jordan Cunningham.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking you guys for hosting this and thanking the elected officials on this call for taking the time. These are very important things and these are big issues. And I want to also commend the governor. It's not necessarily an easy thing to reconsider a position in light of new facts and to dig down in the data and do some long-term planning for our state's energy and electricity production future. I'd like to submit to you, though, that it's important that we do that as we work through these issues. I'd like to commend Senator Laird, my state senator, and my partner in working through these issues as well. I think he's given us a very good list of things that need to be addressed and thought about and worked through with community input at the legislature and locally. Safety is important, workforce, money for deferred maintenance, spent nuclear fuel storage, cooling, permitting. Do we need a date certain and what should that date be? Offshore wind, making sure we're not crowding out very important critical investments that are really going to be the future of our energy grid in California. And as well as the Marshall Plan, which I would submit right now here today publicly that we call the Laird Plan. I think we do need to have a plan because one thing that has changed in the years since the decision was made in 2016 to decommission the plant in 2025 is that we simply are not where we thought we'd be with renewable energy production and coupling that with storage. And so it's put the state's grid in a rather precarious position. Certain times a day, California produces an abundance of solar power and wind power to the point where we even export some of that to other states. Other times a day at night, when solar drops to zero, we are net importers of energy, which puts us at the mercy, so to speak, of the availability of those megawatts to balance the grid, the demand versus the supply, and also creates significant costs to ratepayers, as many of those costs for purchasing that spot market power do get passed along to all of our ratepayers. And especially in a state that has high energy and electricity costs, that, of course, as the senator mentioned, impacts our low and middle income folks the most. So I'm of the view that the state needs an all the above approach. I'm of the view that our goals in California, our policy goals, whether it's more housing means more AC units. Because of climate change, it's getting hotter year over year. So those AC units are running longer and longer periods of time and consuming more electricity. Keeping our agriculture strong and making sure they have power to do what they do. Also, the electrification of the vehicle sector. I think that's very, very critically important, and all the experts agree that if we want to make a dent and drive our state to a zero carbon future, that a good chunk of the segment of transport needs to be electrified. Well, that's more electricity production. So all of these goals, whether it's housing, whether it's decarbonization, whether it's electrifying transport, all have one thing in common, and that is you are going to need to produce, and California's energy grid will need to be more robust, more reliable, and bigger and expanded compared to present day. I've been in some meetings this week with the governor's office. They've done projections in conjunction with the CEC that shows that if DIABLO decommissions in 2025, that by 2026, during at 8 p.m. in September, for example, we could be in a 2.5 to 3 gigawatt shortage situation in the critical highest peak demand times during the day, often around 8 p.m. That's not good. And that's going to be a lot of natural gas and a lot of imported electricity. So my only goal in this and my role in this is to look at facts, to look at the empirical evidence, to test assumptions, to make sure that the checklist, all those things the senator mentioned, are being addressed, to really explore this. But I would submit to you that we have an obligation to do it. And it may well come to pass and be the reality that we do need an extension of the nuclear power plant for a particular period of time. Offshore wind, the industry folks are saying the soonest that we're going to have turbines spinning out 35, 40 miles off the coast of Morro Bay and putting juice in the grid is probably realistically 2030. So that's still a ways away. And that's if everything goes very, very well with procurement. So I think we've got some challenges in front of us. Again, I commend everybody for highlighting the issues, and I commend the governor and his staff for taking a renewed look at this as we all figure out how we can have an electricity grid in California that is clean, that is eventually carbon neutral, and that meets all of our needs and allows us to accomplish the goals that we've set out for ourselves, whether that be housing, vehicle electrification, and reliability and protection of the ratepayer. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Assemblymember Cunningham. We'll now hear from Greg Haas, who is speaking on behalf of Congressman Salud Carbajal. Greg?
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Greg Haas. I'm the Senior District Representative for Congressman Salud Carbajal, covering San Luis Obispo County. I want to thank you for hosting this workshop today, and thank you to all the representatives participating in this discussion. Unfortunately, the congressman was not able to join today because he was called back to Washington for the final vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest ever investment in climate action ever taken by the United States. I'm happy to report that the bill is now on its way to the president's desk, but unfortunately, the travel prevented Mr. Carbajal from joining today. But he asked me to express his gratitude to the California Energy Commission, to CAISO, and to the governor's office for hosting this public workshop, as it has been his top concern throughout the spring and summer that Central Coast families have a chance to listen and provide feedback on the future of Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Congressman Carbajal believes strongly that there is a resolution that can be reached on this issue that does not jeopardize California's energy reliability nor endanger future clean energy ventures that we have on the way here on the Central Coast, like the First in the West offshore wind project, which is slated for lease sale off the Morro Bay coast later this year, as well as the proposed designation of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. Without cooperation at the federal, state, and community and local levels, Congressman Carbajal knows that we will not fully realize the potential that our region has to lead the clean energy transition that is already underway in the state. We have already led the way in having more than 100% of its energy generated by non-fossil fuel sources earlier this year. And we cannot move backwards when it comes to lowering emissions and moving toward the goal of having a state that is powered 24/7, 365 days a year by clean energy. But Congressman Carbajal has stressed and would like to remind everyone here again today that staying on track for that goal does not mean we can just keep the lights on at Diablo Canyon until our clean energy transformation is complete. A roadmap for temporary extension of this facility must be developed with community input and presented to the Central Coast families it will affect most. That accounts for the NRC relicensing that will need to be completed, the safety and environmental processes that will need to be cleared, and the new plan that will need to be developed for the additional nuclear waste that a temporary extension would require. And again, if there is to be a change to the last sunset agreement, it should not be at the detriment of future clean energy projects that literally cannot get online without the eventual closure of Diablo Canyon. In these discussions today and in the future discussions, we hope to work towards finding that roadmap. Thank you again for hosting today, for putting this on a public workshop. Our office looks forward to hearing your thoughts and the input provided by the constituents that we represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Now we will have a presentation about transitioning to a clean energy future with an electric reliability outlook by Energy Commission Vice Chair Steve Agunda and Mark Rossletter, Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the California Independent System Operator. Vice Chair Agunda, you may begin.
Thank you so much, Naomi. Yeah, if you're able to give me the ability to move the slides forward.
All right, we will do so.
You have that now?
Okay, thank you so much. I want to begin by thanking Naomi, you and Dorothy for helping pull this workshop together, and all the elected members, the governor's office, and the local representatives. Thank you so much for being here. And thanks to the opportunity for me and Mark to team together on really providing kind of a look at how we are moving in our clean energy transition, and a kind of a objective basis on where we are in terms of electric reliability outlook and the options we currently see in closing those gaps. I'm not able to move the slides yet. Okay, great. Thank you. So I just want to start with the progress towards the 100% clean electricity. The state has made incredible progress towards a clean energy future. In 2020, the state met 34.5% of retail sales with renewables ahead of the 33% RPS target. Once you factor in the zero carbon resources, the state met 59% of retail sales with renewable and zero carbon resources in 2020. And as most of you know, we have the SB 100, which is a landmark legislation that requires us to get to 100% by 2045. Before I go into the outlook, I just want to note that the different agencies that work on the electricity planning, and how we all coordinate together carefully. So in today's workshop, we are focused on how we ensure a path to meet our SB 100 goals while maintaining our electric reliability along the way. Getting there will require unprecedented build rates of solar, wind, and storage, and continued development of emerging resources. To reach SB 100 reliably, affordably, and equitably, it'll take all of us to have a continued enhanced coordination between state agencies, local governments, federal agencies, as well as the stakeholders. So as the specific roles go for the CEC, the California Energy Commission is responsible for developing and adopting long-term electricity forecasts used for long-term planning and resource adequacy. The CEC also provides assessments of reliability outlook, and we have a regulatory and statutory role on siting of thermal power plants, and now opt-in permitting for clean energy projects as well. The California Public Utilities Commission sets the resource adequacy requirements for its jurisdictional load-serving entities, including the IOUs, the CCAs, and the energy service providers, or the ESPs. It also authorizes procurement for the IOUs. And finally, CAISO, an important element in the three entities we work together here, operates the energy market and transmission for 80% of California. We all work together along with the Air Resources Board. Our mission is to ensure the vision of the state, which is, again, clean, affordable, reliable, and equitable energy for all Californians. Again, today we are focusing in on the reliability in the context of creating the pathway to meeting the SB 100 goals. Reliability planning is essential across all timeframes of power sector planning. Today, we'll be dealing with the difficulty of climate change. We do not have enough history to fully understand the impact of climate change on electric demand, supply, and grid itself. And we haven't yet taken adequate steps to plan for the level of volatility that we are seeing today. We have very little history to go off, and as we move forward, we'll have more history to really think through how best to bake in the assumptions around climate change. On top of climate uncertainties, we are facing a procurement deficit and delay that we'll describe later. The near to midterm, which is really over the next 5 to 7 years, will be very hard. We'll be taking a number of steps to ensure reliability and adapt our planning, but we really are coming out of the 2020 and looking at how best to react to that versus really getting to a long-term planning. Given that, though, if you look at 2030 and beyond, given the time we have to catch up, the measures will have plenty of time to really think through the 2030 and beyond, but really we're focusing on the next 5 to 7 years in this presentation. Just as a context setting, this is where some of the key reliability crisis that we are facing in the short term comes from. This slide shows both what is expected to retire over the next few years, next 4 years, and what is expected to be added. So I'll start with the additions. The CPUC, which is really looking at the planning from an authorization point in terms of procurement, has taken extraordinary steps over the last several years to do the necessary procurement authorized through their proceedings. So collectively, CPUC has authorized approximately 11,500 megawatts of new resources to come online between 2023 and 2026. When we say 11,500 megawatts, we typically talk about the net qualifying capacity or a resource's ability to support at the peak time. But if you expand it and extrapolate that to the nameplate capacity of the resources, we're looking at anywhere between 20,000 to 20,000 megawatts of new resources coming on over the next 4 years. And the chart below in green, you're really looking at the reason why such an unprecedented amount of new resources were authorized. So one is really looking at the once-through cooling power plant retirements that were planned for 2023. Collectively, there are approximately 3,700 megawatts of retirements happening at the end of 2023 that they're planned for. And then you have DIABLO Canyon, which is going to be retired the unit 1 is going to be retired in 2024 after the summer, and the second unit is retiring in the middle of summer in August. So collectively for 2025, we'll have approximately 2,200 megawatts of the DIABLO Canyon retirement. All in all, we are looking at 6,000 megawatts of retirement happening as we are trying to contend with the uncertainties of the climate change and also looking at unprecedented development in clean energy resources. So that's the slide we are trying to set up here. So then I'm going to go into really like what is happening over the last couple of years and how we are seeing this in terms of reliability risks from purely a planning standpoint. In 2020, we started our planning as we've always done, which is the regular historical conditions and looking at average climate trends. So what we do in planning is we look at historical trends for both supply side forecasting, which is hydro, but also solar, wind, but also the demand side forecasting. We take both of them and we plan to something called a 1 in 10 standard, which means we do not want to have more than one outage every 10 years. So that's the statistical planning standard we plan to. But what happened in 2020 is the extreme heat, as most of you know. On August 14th and 15th, we've had outages because of a regional heat and also our planning not being sufficient. And then we went into 2021 really thinking through how best to mitigate ourselves across against an extreme situation that we might face in terms of a regional heat. So we began within our planning incorporation of climate change uncertainty. We looked at what if something like a 2020 were to show up, how do we mitigate that? That incorporated increasing our planning reserve margins and having resources more than the 1 in 10 standard. And then finally, I also looked at contingency measures. We looked at what we've done in August 2020 after the 14th and 15th blackouts, and looked at all the things we have done to make sure the lights were on the rest of the week when the heat was still there, the extraordinary mobilization of different things that the governor's office has done. So we looked at all of them and we systematized those measures into what we call a contingency plan. And then when we went into 2021, what we've observed now is on the top of extreme heat, we had extreme drought. And so we lost about 1,000 megawatts of hydro conditions, and then we had wildfire. On July 19th, we've lost 4,000 megawatts of transmission capacity coming into California to just compound to that issue. And also we started looking at the supply chain issues really beginning to catch up. So as we went into 2022, we now then reassessed our PRM again, continuing to do that to really think through how to incorporate all these different uncertainties we are beginning to see. And then we identify a need for a strategic reserve to safeguard the state's electricity system against these extreme conditions that are not really planned for. I just want to note here, when we plan for a 1 in 10 standard, it's important to consider that anytime we add more resources, it's more expensive to the ratepayer. So there is that trade-off in setting up a standard where we balance rates along with the amount of resources we're bringing on. So the idea of the strategic reserve was to really make sure that doesn't get borne by the ratepayers on the top of the incremental procurement that has to be done to meet our clean energy goals. But in 2022, on the top of extreme heat and fire that we've seen, which hasn't coincided with the other situation like the extreme heat has not coincided with the fire. So, and then the fires we have not really gone at creating problems to our assets, but we are beginning to see them, and we still have August and September to get through. And the supply chain constraints are continuing to affect us. There's obviously the tariff issues, the solar tariff issue, and the circumvention issue that we had with China this year. And finally, the inflationary pressures we are seeing on the costs of the various development projects. So this is the totality of the situation. Every year, we are being compounded by a new risk, and putting this all into a planning regime is extremely difficult. And it's hard to, with certainty, say, this is what we can expect next year. So that leads us to 2023, based on everything we've observed since 2020, we have a number of issues that we have to deal with, and we really don't know what else to expect as we move forward. And over the next several years, we really want to be able to be in a situation where we can mitigate other uncertainties as we transition to a broader planning regime that is based on historical data. So give you all, this illustration is really to provide what the reliability impacts are. A number of you might have seen this. This is something that the agencies have collectively presented over the last 2 months. So we start with what we talked about, which is the needed capacity to meet our 1 in 10 loss of load planning standard. Again, reminding everybody that that means having no more than one outage in every 10 years. That's a common standard across all of the nation. Everybody plans to that. So the first issue we are beginning to see is really, are we authorizing to that level to begin with? And we have identified that there is always a potential lag in being able to authorize that. And the lag comes from really one thing, which is the length of the cycle of the procurement proceeding. So once you start a proceeding, the inputs that start at the top of the proceeding, and by the time the proceeding ends, it's usually 2 years, they really change. So the demand forecast, for example, over the last several years has been extremely volatile and continues to change as we incorporate more and more climate change impacts. So what happens is, by the end of any particular procurement cycle, you could expect some level of potential lag, and CPUC is taking a number of steps to reduce that potential lag. The next step is, once we authorize the procurement, are we able to build that quickly? And that's the issue coming with permitting. It could be the interconnection issues, it's the supply chain, inflationary issues. All of them together creates a certain delay in the procurement that we would want to bring online as authorized. On the top of that, we have what we are calling the extreme regional heat event, such as August 2020 conditions. Just for everybody here, even if we were to meet our 1 in 10 planning standards really well, we still will not be able to cover an event like August 2020. The August 2020 event was what we call a 1 in 30 year event, and September 2020 was actually a 1 in 70 year event. These were extremely hot conditions that were regionally felt. And as Assemblymember Cunningham kind of talked at the top of in his remarks, we depend on a lot of imports. And when you have those regional heat events, the imports are not there and exhausted, and creates this situation of not having enough energy sufficiency. And finally, on the top of that risk, we are beginning to see this coincidental drought and fire risk. So if you have the heat, as well as the drought, as well as fire risk, now you're beginning to add up multiple thousand megawatts of potential shortfall in any given year. So the shaded line is what we talked about in July earlier this year, really thinking about the strategic reserve, which we're going to talk about in a second. So I have no idea why this slide is coming up again, so I'm going to skip through it really quick. Okay, so then kind of going into meeting the reliability challenges, first of all, we're extremely thankful to the administration and the legislature for helping really think through the AB 205 and helping give at least the state agencies a number of different tools to address these extreme conditions. For near term, in terms of the extraordinary measures we are currently relying on, we have we have what is called the contingency measures, which we mentioned to you. It's the systematization of all the different things that we've done in 2020 and 2021 in an organized plan, whether it's calling large users, whether it's putting out emergency proclamations to run gas plants beyond their limits, whether it's coordination between different balancing areas or flex alerts. That is really what the emergency measures are. And what the AB 205 really does is give us opportunity to build additional tools, including demand-side grid support, which is really bringing in more demand-side resources, as well as clean distributed electricity backup assets, which could be 500 to 1,000 megawatts of new resources to support the grid. And finally, gives DWR the ability to hold on to certain retirements if they're available as a part of a strategic reserve. So that's on the near-term situation where we have to continue to rely on extraordinary measures. But on long term, given us 7 years, given that we're adapting our planning and procurement, we are fully incorporating climate change uncertainty. We'll have a lot more data that's reliable, historical information to really think about how to incorporate that into our planning and appropriately increase the planning reserve margin and authorize additional resources. So as we move forward, that will change, and it's important to note. And also we'll have an opportunity to really transition to a clean and dependable reserve as we learn from the AB 205 different measures. So again, that's the near-term extraordinary measures is the focus for our discussion today. With that, I'll pass it on to my colleague, Mark Rothleader at CAISO, to go through the CAISO's work and their outlook over the next couple of years.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
You're coming out great. Thank you, Mark.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Gunda, and thank you, Senator Laird and other representatives for convening this important workshop. And I also want to thank the administration for bringing this topic to the forefront and consider the options. So I'm Mark Rothleader. I'm the Senior Vice President, Chief Operating Officer at the California ISO. The California ISO is an independent public benefits corporation responsible for reliably operating the high voltage transmission system pursuant to California ISO local and national standards. What does that mean? It means our responsibility in an operational time frame, or the real-time time frame, is to ensure that we have a balanced supply of demand. Is there enough megawatts being produced to meet the consumption at any given time? Second, we want to make sure we have a responsibility of maintaining sufficient operating reserves. And the reserves are there in case we lose a resource or lose an element that take some of the supply out of the picture. And generally speaking, you ensure that you can survive or have enough reserves to meet a single largest contingency. Third, we have a responsibility of managing the flows on the grid, the transmission lines themselves, in a reliable way, meaning that we're not overloading any lines and we're not operating any lines that could cause a cascading effect if there was a transmission outage or a contingency event on the lines themselves. We do operate 80% of the electricity, or we operate about 80% of the grid in California, covering about 80% of the demand in California. So as part of our responsibilities, we do this and we manage the flows of electricity, but we do not own the generation to redispatch to manage those flows. Those are assets that are operated and owned by others. Similarly, we have a responsibility of planning the transmission system and operating that transmission system. But once again, we do not own any of those transmission assets. They are owned by others. We have the responsibility of operating them in a reliable way. Third, we operate a wholesale electricity market that allows us to most efficiently and minimize the cost to consumers and while delivering this reliability. Next slide, please. Okay. So as part of our responsibility every year, we do go through a series of assessments to evaluate how things are looking from a reliability and operational perspective going into the summer. And then we also run assessments in conjunction and kind of in parallel as the electric resource plans are developed by the California Public Utilities Commission and other local regulatory authorities. And we evaluate those, both the near term, how's it going to operate this year and the next 5 to 10 years. And what we are evaluating is to see if the resources that are available to us are sufficient to achieve a certain level of reliability performance. As Vice Chair Gunda described, we measure that performance in defining what is the loss of load expectation over a 10-year period. And the industry target is you want to have less than one event that you have potential for insufficient supply over a 10-year period. What does it mean to have insufficient supply? 2020 was a good example where we had insufficient supply and we had short durations of where we had to shed load to maintain that reliability. We try to minimize that, or to all extent. You can't completely eliminate it. And ultimately, the analysis that we perform on a yearly or on a regular basis is a statistical analysis considering the statistical distribution of the demand that is developed. Those forecasts are developed by the California Energy Commission, and we evaluate the performance and the availability of the resources or supply to meet that demand. I'll point your eye to 2025 bars because this is effectively the same bars that Vice Chair Gunda was just describing. And I'll just point out that the blue line, the blue dot in 2025 represents the amount of resource levels or the amount of demand plus reserves that basically amount of resources that we would need to meet a 1 in 10 year target level performance. Now, we are looking at then stacking up the ability of resources to produce energy at 8 p.m. Why do we point to 8 p.m.? 8 p.m. is a critical time because that is the time where things are most critical with the level of demand itself, and then the ramp out or the loss of the large amount of solar resources that we have in the system today. And that has been the most critical or most challenging operational point in the day in a hot summer day. So what we did was we measured and looked at the ability of the available qualifying capacity, net qualifying capacity, and to see if it lines up with the amount of capacity we would need to achieve that 1 in 10. And what we determined was that based on the latest procurement authorization, which is that 11,500 megawatts of additional new capacity, if all that capacity came online as expected, we still fall short in that gap of about 1,800 megawatts of shortfall of achieving that 1 in 10 target level performance. The gray area above that blue line represents the additional risk, as Vice Chair Gunda described, due to more extreme conditions, such as extreme weather events across the West, fire events that can take out large amounts of transmission lines and then cutting us off from supply at any time. And so that's additional risks that are covered by what has been approved for the strategic reserve. Finally, I want to point to the gray area, or the gray area of the bar, as that gray area bar represents new capacity being developed and coming in over the next 3 years. And that is the new capacity. Part of that is the 11,500, mainly made up of solar and storage battery resources. This is where the supply chain risks start to come into play. There are new risks and availability of raw materials that are putting the ability to deliver that new capacity in a timely manner, and therefore that creates a new risk of maintaining even that 1,800 megawatts gap. And in fact, we could have a larger gap if there's significant delays of those new resources. Lastly, I'll just point out that we do rely on demand response. That dark blue line and the red line below that is demand response that we rely on today, and those will continue to be relied on in the future to help manage that supply-demand balance. And lastly, I think I'll just point out that you'll see the green bar is the existing resources, and you see that tapers off as you go from 2023 to 2025. That's the combination of the retirements of both the once through cool gas resources, about 3,700 megawatts of OTC gas resources, plus that in 2024 and then 2025, the expected or planned retirement of Diablo Canyon. So long story short is that at this point, based on the latest forecast load and supply trajectories, we are seeing a potential reliability gap from meeting that 1 in 10 year level target if everything was to go perfect from this point forward. Perfect is not in the cards. There are risks to new supply, and as a result, the question is, how do we make up or mitigate that risk? With that, I will turn it back over to Vice Chair Gunda.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much for your comments, and want to just recognize your efforts and CAISO's efforts on really working on the reliability analysis and helping us really be informed. So with that, I will go into the next slide. As Mark just put really well, we are talking about the best case scenario in this slide, where, as he said, if we were to have everything go well as planned in terms of the procurement. Naomi, I'm having a little difficulty in advancing slides. I'm going to try again. Okay, I think I got it again. Thank you so much. I think there's a delay. So now we're looking here, as Mark pointed out, as we think through the procurement strategy, in the analysis that CAISO just showed and Mark presented, assumes all of the resources that have been authorized for procurement shows up. And even under that case, you have a gap between where the resources will be and meeting our 1 in 10 demand let alone the rest of the risks that we might see. So now what we're trying to show here is then how much delay should we really bake in? And this is a very a difficult question to answer. Typically on any given year, there is about 20% delay, development delay. And that 20% development delay is typically baked in. And hence, by the time you actually develop, you're more or less trying to hit the targets. But what we've seen over the last couple of years is multiple times of that delay, as much as 30 to 50% delay in the last couple of years in what we expected at the top of the year and what actually came into fruition by the summer to support the grid. So again, with 11,500 megawatts of new procurement, there is an incredible amount of new resources that have to be added. And as I noted earlier, that 11,500 megawatts of NQC could be as high as 20,000 to 30,000 megawatts, depending on the resource combination. So now the challenges. So obviously there's procurement delays in actually doing the development of those. And what we have looked at is the various scenarios of potential delays, talking to industry, talking to stakeholders, other public workshops, and what we're looking at in the data. What we assume is reasonable to project over the next several years is a 40% delay in development in 2023, another 40% cumulative delay in 2024, and it really begins to close the gap to the normal 20% that we typically see. So we expect the next 2 years to be hard, given the supply chain constraints and the incredible amount of new resources that we have to bring on. The other one is the load growth uncertainty. The solid lines in this chart are looking at different levels of demand. I'm going to talk about that just in a second. But at the basis, we start off with what is called a mid-case forecast, a mid-case forecast. And that forecast is beginning to take into account a lot of electrification loads that are necessary to meet our climate goals in terms of decarbonizing the economy. But some of those loads are still very uncertain. How much and when the transportation electrification will occur, how much and when the building electrification will occur, and also where, especially to building electrification, given the climate over the last couple of years, given the heat, there's a lot more air conditioning occurring in the coastal communities. And that air conditioning load did not exist before. And now as we add that air conditioning load onto the system, there might be a behavioral change in turning on those air conditioning even at a lower temperatures. And that is a very hard thing to understand without much history. And finally, going into the climate-driven extreme weather events, we now have 2 to 3 years of extreme weather data. Before that, in all our modeling, we take about 35 years of weather data. But what we are seeing over the last few years is extraordinary, and we're trying to begin to bake it in. And what you're seeing here on the chart, just want to go through that in a bit. This is 2020, especially in 2025, you begin to see the 1 in 10 gap, as Mark noted. The blue solid line and the orange solid line are the uncertainty in the 1 in 10. The 1 in 10 planning changes with the resource mix. So that's really the band of 1 in 10 as you take a closer look at it. And what you're looking at, as Mark noted, you could have as high as 1,800 megawatts of 1 in 10 gap in 2025. On the top of that, if something like 2020 were to occur, that's another 1,000 megawatts. So you begin to add up to multiple 1,000 megawatts just to get through the 1 in 10, as well as an extreme heat event. And on the top of that, the gray line that you're seeing is the extreme fire risk and the drought risk. In this chart, we are starting the y-axis at about 25,000, and hence you don't see all the resources below. But what you're seeing here in dark green is the gas fleet that we have. As you move towards those years, as we mentioned before, we have about 6,000 megawatts of planned retirements, and that's baked in here. Obviously, we're going to lose some gas fleet, about 4,000, and 2,000 megawatts of DIABLO, combining to about 6,000. And this is how the resources look. And then you begin to see that gray band of new resources coming in. But in this case, it's different from what Mark showed in the sense that this is more of a delayed scenario. What Mark showed is a perfect scenario of procurement. We are looking at a delayed scenario here. So the other colors that you see here on the top are a small blue column our stack. That is the reliability DR resources we currently have in our planning. And on the very top, you look at some of the extraordinary measures we already use, which are the flex alerts, the balancing authority transfers and coordination, things that we have worked on over the last couple of years to really bring them on. And most of those resources at the top, the emergency resources, are pretty clean because they are demand side response or of large customers or balancing area transfers. And now as we move forward, I want to just stack this up with other resources that we are able to add to the system based on the passage of the 205 and the different tools that the legislature and the governor has helped us get. And so what you're seeing here on the top is what we call the emergency resources. There's still contingencies we currently have, but these are resources that are unpreferred. These have diesel backup generation. These have running natural gas beyond their permit levels to really fill that gap. So that's what you're seeing here. So now again, just kind of stack them up. You have at the very bottom, the clean fleet, which you're not seeing here. On the top of that, you're beginning to see the new fleet that is going to come on. On the very top, the green is the gas fleet. And then you begin to stack these different emergency resources that are small, but mighty and could help us in these extraordinary situations. And as you move forward into 2024, you begin to see a gray stack. And the gray stack here is basically the retired OTC fleet or other retirements that we could potentially capture if they were available. And so you begin to have about 2,500 megawatts of those resources, if they're available, to be a part of the strategic reserve. And on the very top of that is these extraordinary resources, which include the bugs and others. So just wanted to make sure that you have that whole picture here. I'm sorry, it's taken a little bit to go into the next slide. Okay, and now we're going to go into just looking at a typical day in September 2025. And as Mark noted, the evening hours when the sun goes down is particularly difficult for the grid. And what you're looking here is a need for peak capacity in 2025 September. On the x-axis is all the resources we currently have outside of the emergency resources, which we showed, and I'll show it in the next slide. And just at the very bottom, it's the non-gas fleet, and you see a shape there because the solar comes up and then dies down, but then picked up with the wind, and then you have the new fleet coming on, and on the very top you have the gas fleet. And as you see in this one, there is a certain amount of gas that's run across all hours today. Because we need that energy, but also you can't take the gas fleet all the way to zero because there's some level of minimum generation that is required to keep them on to support those bands. And as you go into the evening hours, you have this extraordinary demand that's going up, and then you have the energy insufficiency coming at the hours of 15, 16, 17, 18. Those are the key hours, but really hour ending 19. Is the main hour, and hour ending 20. So the 19 would be 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Those are the very difficult hours in terms of making sure we have enough energy sufficiency. And then the question is, would a resource like DIABLO help? Would a firm, clean resource help? And what does that do to the system? And so we have that here. And so what you're seeing here in the chart is exactly the same. But at the bottom, you have the DIABLO resources added back on, which are a 24/7 resource, and it's a base resource, and hence it's at the bottom. What you see between this slide and the previous one, obviously, is the shift of the entire stack up, which reduces the amount of gas fleet usage in the earlier hours of the day, and also helps fill the energy gap in the later hours when we really need it. So just wanted to make sure that we need the gas fleet for the ramping needs, but there is an energy sufficiency issue, which a resource like DIABLO, a clean firm resource, could still provide. So now we are just looking at what Mark provided, but extending that to 2035 and kind of baking in several years of DIABLO as an option to just think through what it looks like. Again, I recognize the sentiment that Senator Laird and Assemblymember Cunningham put at the top, which is really about putting the information transparently to further discussion. So this is kind of how it looks. So again, looking at the lines, you have two lines that are looking at the 1 in 10, and at the very top line, the gray line, the extraordinary climate risk of fire and drought. And as we note, through 2026, we have procurement that has already been authorized by CPUC. The CPUC might consider to authorize more resources even before 2026, but definitely they need to authorize more resources after 26 to really think through the evolution of it. One of the key points to note here, though, is that with DIABLO, especially the resources that we have in terms of OTC resources and others will really begin to close gap, right? So if you have other clean resources, you're pushing the dirtier emergency resources to the very top where you can begin to talk about not needing them. So that's an important element to think about adding or saving some of the resources we currently have. And finally, I want to close off with this slide. And while this is a difficult transitionary period over the next 5-7 years, it's really about a long-term, can California really meet its SB 100 goals? And the answer is yes. I think we are taking some extraordinary steps in making sure we catch up on our build rates. One point of note here is, as we move towards higher electrification, we are looking at about adding 1,000 to 1,500 megawatts of new load every year. And meeting the needs of that load is not difficult with new resources because we know we can build that fast. It's really about catching up to that place where we dig ourselves out of the hole of really meeting the current crisis. So the project build rates will improve, and we have confidence that we will be able to catch up in the very near to midterm. And then enhancing planning and diversification of resources. It's an important issue. Proud to be a part of the Energy Commission. We just voted on the offshore wind targets on Wednesday, which are set to really bring in and advance the offshore wind as an important part. We have the long duration energy storage as an important element. We are working on geothermal, unlocking more transmission. So there's a lot of work that is happening in coordination across all the agencies, as well as the governor's office and stakeholders, to really help enhance planning and diversification of resources in the long term. And finally, accelerating clean energy through permitting and project tracking. Since 2020, the GoBiz in the governor's office, as well as CPUC, CEC, and CAISO have pulled together a team for tracking these projects and making sure we work through any delays. But as I mentioned, the near-term delays are a reality, but as we move forward and as we develop systems to better understand and problem solve, we believe we are on a path to the clean energy targets that we have for the state, and the next few years is the critical path that we have to really work through. And finally, in closing, ensuring energy reliability needs all of us to work together and needs all hands on deck. We believe we can achieve our climate goals and keep the lights on. That needs all of us to work together and find solutions that can keep our state going forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Gunda. This is Noemi Gallardo again, Public Advisor at the California Energy Commission. Now we will transition to Ana Matos Santos, Cabinet Secretary for the Office of California Governor Newsom, to speak about the option to extend the Diablo Canyon power plant. Ana, you're up.
Gracias, Noemi. Can you hear me okay? All right. Well, first of all, I want to start by, thank you. First of all, I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to senators, assembly members, local electeds who are with us. Big thank you to the Energy Commission for hosting this workshop. Thank you to my colleagues, Siva and Mark, for their information and assessment of where we find ourselves. And thank you to all of you for participating in this discussion, which I know is a very difficult one. And we here primarily to listen, to share some of our assessment of where we find ourselves and why, and what the options and why we think it's really critical to have this discussion around extending Diablo Canyon. I also want to start by thanking the individuals who spent the last couple of days with me. You've raised many critical points that are important for us to dive into in terms of how to ensure that if there is an extension, the decommissioning work continues, the work around conservation continues, the work around economic development continues, the workforce investments that are necessary continue to be moving forward. How to ensure that in any discussion there is honoring of the historic agreement that was reached and the settlement that was reached that led to the current closure date of Diablo Canyon, as well as the important elements codified in SB 1090. I think Senator Laird did a very nice job of outlining succinctly and clearly many of the key policy questions that have to be addressed and have to be grappled with in the context of this discussion. So I want to thank him for kind of laying out and walking us through the history, as well as walking through the numerous questions that that he, his colleagues will be asking, and that I understand we will likely be hearing, and I look forward to hearing from many of you on those questions. So first, I want to start there. On the first question the senator asked, what is causing consideration of the extension of Diablo Canyon? And I'd add a consideration of the extension of once through cooling plants scheduled for retirement in a variety of areas across the state that are currently scheduled to be retired by 2023. It is a very difficult conversation, and it's a last resort. And it's a last resort in looking at when we look at every tool that is available to ensure that we maintain reliability in the course of our clean transition, what can physically happen, be counted on, and be interconnected to the grid in time to address our need and to meet that reliability, as Commissioner Gunda and as walked us through in terms of where we find ourselves. And as we look at different options, and as we look at everything that has to be done to continue to accelerate new projects, to address roadblocks where they materialize, to continue to invest in demand response, and collectively work to shift our consumption to the times of the day when our grid can best support it, and all the different pieces that are critical for us to continue to do and to do together as a government, as a people, as a business leaders in this space. It's the best assessments of the energy agencies today have us short. And in light of where we are, we think it is really critical that we have this conversation around the possibility of extending these resources. From our perspective, any extension needs to be as short as possible. Safety is first, and it has to be safe. And it needs to provide certainty, and we need to be doing the critical work that is necessary to ensure that any date that is established is a date that is adhered to. I want to start a little bit with lessons learned and some of what's changed since the decision that was made to decommission Diablo Canyon by 2024 and 2025 happened. Couple pieces that I'd say, and Siva and Mark, please correct me if I'm off on any of these pieces. But one thing that we have learned is the effects of climate change and our efforts to mitigate climate change are, as Siva spoke to, are happening faster than we previously forecast. Our demand is rising based on the impacts associated with heat, and our transition to move to things that require higher electricity consumption, like our move to electric vehicles, is also moving faster. And so the forecasts in that area have changed. The other piece is all of our projections are heavily dependent on historic facts. And so they are not necessarily reflecting our real-term reality and the speed at which the impacts of climate change are being experienced by our people and by our energy system. Second thing that has been a significant factor is that we previously used to plan for the high point, and we now are doing more planning for both our peak as well as when solar is coming offline. There have been some other changes in calculation in terms of how much we can count on certain resources, et cetera. And the net of all of these pieces is that we are behind where we need to be in bringing our clean resources online to ensure that we can retire these resources. And so we are needing to have the very difficult conversation around an extension, the terms and the conditions under which an extension would be done, the duration of any extension to make it as short as possible, and the issues that we are grappling with today and will be grappling with in the weeks and months to come. A couple of pieces in terms of how we and some of the issues that were raised and things that we think need to be considered. One, as we think about this plan and this conversation, as I mentioned, safety is first. Certainty is really key. We need to move as quickly as possible to continuing our ability to interconnect and get done clean projects that are new clean projects that put us in a better position for our transition. Costs are a really important element. So when you look at, for example, discussions around things like a state loan, part of the reason for we're thinking about some of these elements is if there's going to be an extension, how do we make it as affordable and as low cost as possible for ratepayers? One of the ways in which we could do that is by accessing federal funds and providing an advance to federal funds that would alleviate and reduce the cost that would be borne by California ratepayers. Critical elements have been raised in the last few days that are important for us to continue to dig into in terms of, for example, in the context of decommissioning, what has been the maintenance work? Want to dig into issues of peer review that have been raised, issues around additional seismic analysis, different components. As we any extension of Diablo Canyon will require legislation. Any extension of Diablo Canyon will require significant scrutiny and regulatory review by many agencies, including the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the State Water Board, the Coastal Commission, the State Lands Commission, and others. And as we think about, this moment, we're thinking about what are the conditions under which an extension would occur. All the regulatory requirements and the reviews would be things that would need to occur and would need to get done as we go forward. I'm interested in leaving the bulk of the time for hearing from you and look forward to doing the best I can to address your comments at the end of public comment. But again, want to say thank you for being part of this conversation. Thanks in advance for your input. I think Senator Laird, as I mentioned, did a very nice job of laying out what are many issues that we need to be thinking through and working through, and we are actively doing that. And look forward to working with all of you and making our clean transition, effective. Make it happen as quickly as possible through our focus on getting projects built online, through our focus on investing in demand response, through our other actions, and know that from where we sit, this is something that we think is necessary to maintain reliability, necessary to make our transition effective, but the interest would be doing that for as short point as possible, and ensuring that it is done in a way where the settlement that was reached and the terms of SB 1090 and other elements are respected and translate into the lived experience of the wonderful folks in this county, and in our state. So I'll stop there and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. We will now turn to the local government perspective. First speaker is Supervisor of the County of San Luis Obispo, District 3, Don Ortiz-Legg, followed by Supervisor County of San Luis Obispo, District 2, Bruce Gibson.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Yes, great.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello to the California Energy Commission, CAISO, all the honorable guests viewing this workshop. My name is Dawn Ortiz-Legg. I am the 3rd District Supervisor in San Luis Obispo County. It's the location of the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. On behalf of the SLO County residents, thank you for hosting this workshop and for the opportunity for me to provide some brief comments today. To begin with, our county for over 100 years has been generating and distributing energy in many forms to the state of California. It's what we do here, and we do it well. We have both a well-informed professional workforce and a highly skilled labor force, along with the brightest minds in engineering and innovation at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and the Cuesta Community College. We are also a highly collaborative community. And since the closure of the plant was announced in 2016, San Luis Obispo County has been preparing for the decommissioning of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. The county participated in the legislative and the CPUC processes associated with the development and the approval of the Community Impact Mitigation Program. In addition, many of our community members have participated in the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel since 2018. This dedicated community panel has been meeting regularly with PG&E and decommissioning experts to better understand the decommissioning process, provide robust input on that process, and inform and educate the general public. The panel has also created a strategic vision, a living document that is continuously amended and refined throughout the timeline of this long effort. The county is also a member of a coalition consisting of local, state, and federal government officials, higher education, business, labor, tribal, and environmental groups focusing on the reuse of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant industrial site known as the Parcel P site. This major effort was to ensure our community's future once the plant was decommissioned, so we could transform the loss of 1,500 high-wage jobs and 1,900 contractor jobs into a catalyst for economic opportunity. Lastly, San Luis Obispo County is serving as the lead agency under the California Environmental Quality Act and the preparation of the Environmental Impact Report for the Diablo Canyon plant decommissioning. The county currently expects to release the draft EIR this winter. The county will continue its efforts in the decommissioning permitting of the plant until PG and others indicate that it is no longer pursuing the process if this should take place. Now, when it comes to the question of energy reliability and the role of continued operation of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, this is clearly understood by the county. And for me personally, I spent nearly 10 years in the development, construction, and operation of nearly 2 gigawatts of utility scale solar projects and know directly the enormous challenges of building renewable power plants to generate reliable and affordable energy. Since being county supervisor for the past 2 years, I often hear from my former renewable industry colleagues about permitting delays, rising costs, and supply chain constraints on many a project, and have been told by many developers that the governor's office is calling again to ask about our project's progress. So this is something that has been coming across my desk for the last year or so. So having the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant as a bridge to the future is perhaps how we can best look at this situation. Until sufficient renewable energy resources are available to stabilize our grid and generate enough electricity without adding additional carbon into the atmosphere, which is key to our collective climate future. So any plan to extend operations at Diablo Canyon Power Plant needs to be comprehensive and factor in the following community considerations, which you have all heard by everybody prior to my talk here. You know, we all say safety is first. Nuclear technology is a powerful technology, and it requires the ongoing rigor and oversight provided by agencies of the state of California and the federal government. And as the sitting supervisor with the last operating nuclear power plant in California in my district, I must have that assurance at this very moment, right now, that the risk-informed safety culture is ingrained in the 24 hours, 7 days a week at Diablo operations. That is now and has to continue, because nuclear is different than other forms of power. You don't just shut down part of it and keep and say, we'll just use a little bit now and a little bit. It's a base load. We talk about it being a firm power. That means that the maintenance and the operations have had to continue to be in complete compliance with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and all the other agencies. Recognizing that Diablo Canyon operations are on a consistent monitoring and review system for both general operations and seismic activity is notably important for our community to know and understand. And if this wasn't the case right now, I would not be supporting the plan extension. But with this extension, the safety operations, the storage of spent fuel needs to be continually evaluated, fully funded, and supported with ongoing communication and consultation with the local community. Including in that is investing in the future workforce training will help benefit this bridge to the renewable future that we're talking about. Today, as we sit here, as documented by third-party review, Diablo Canyon is among a community of nuclear power plants that has shown exemplary performance. And during its operation, Diablo Canyon has a 90% availability on average over the last 40 years, producing over 18,000 gigawatt hours of electricity each year, which is all carbon-free energy. You know, the energy market is a dynamic and changing market, particularly with the climate changes that we face. This can be seen throughout the United States, with currently 86 of the 93 reactors have had their licenses extended an additional 20 years. 11 of those 86 have had them extended to 80 years or in process of doing so. Of the 7 remaining plants, 5 of the 7 have committed to extending their licenses additional 20 years and will begin that process in 2022. And unlike our partners in Germany, I believe we are fortunate to be able to ensure safe operation of carbon-free generation rather than turning to coal and other fossil fuels. But I want to note that we are not alone in this conversation, in this predicament. The second thing that's important, I think, to our community is that the new timeline should be clear and fixed, as a certainty will help our community plan accordingly and ensure economic stability and supply. That supply includes our valued human resources, as we owe them a path forward. And the same for our schools and our county and our cities. I think it would be most prudent to declare it a full 10 years of operation for that ability to plan properly, including the eventual decommissioning. 3, our cities, county, and the school districts would like to ensure that SB 1090 community impact funds are protected. If the plant continues operations, the settlement agreement for the Community Impact Mitigation Fund should remain intact. Therefore, a new planning runway should be considered to ensure for an orderly transition and robust economic development aligned with changing conditions. 4, what's important about the bridge is that the renewable energy effort should continue to be invested in and prioritized in this region. As noted earlier, our county is a leader in energy generation, and the Central Coast is positioned to be a continued source of significant amounts of renewable energy. Again, we've got the workforce, and I see the ability of the Diablo extension as a bridge to continue with that workforce, as we are designated as one of the 2 West Coast call areas for at least 3 gigawatts of offshore wind, and currently 3 large energy storage projects. Most significantly, our region hosts the state's largest capability of delivering electricity with 3 major transmission highways, Midway, Mesa, and the Morro Bay lines. And I'm going to use the new term as with the Laird plan, the Laird/Marshall plan, a shift in the operational timeline of Diablo Canyon Power Plant should not delay or adversely impact renewable energy development in the region, as it can be compatible with offshore wind development and allow for parallel phase development of a clean tech innovation hub as envisioned by the community in a multi-stakeholder letter released in May of just this year. With Cal Poly as our lead successor entity to advance renewable energy innovation and commercialization, the Diablo Canyon Parcel P site will further the state's renewable energy goals. We can do this all together. Finally, land conservation of the Diablo open space should be considered now and advanced. Significant efforts have been taking place to identify and plan for the conservation of 1,000 acres of land surrounding the plant and recognition of the original peoples who inhabited these beautiful lands. These opportunities for conservation and preservation should not be further delayed and should be advanced in conjunction with any plans to extend the operations. Some of these things could happen right away. In closing, carbon-free electric generation is critical for our future. I look forward to listening to all of the stakeholders tonight who are calling in and working with everyone here in securing our future, ensuring the safety of our plant as well as the community and the state, and for the local and national security, which this really comes back down to. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it is Supervisor Gibson's turn. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you, Ms. Gallardo, and let me add my thanks to all who have made this forum possible from all agencies. and all who are participating. I look on the participants list, we have over 600 folks tuned in, and as well it should be. I didn't come with prepared remarks tonight, wanting rather to respond to things that I have heard. And I want to thank in particular Vice Chair Gunda and Mr. Rothleiter for laying out some of the technical issues regarding the reliability of our grid and the challenges that are faced in getting to the future that we all want. But let me reflect in a more local context here. Diablo Canyon has been a huge issue in San Luis Obispo County for most of 50 years. And it has engaged our citizenry in sometimes fierce debates. Its benefits have been rightly celebrated to our economy, and the risks associated with it have been debated vigorously for quite a long time. As the planned closure came into being, there was a third reason then for our community to get involved in discussing Diablo Canyon, and that was our eventual transition after its closure. And to me, that the thing to understand there is that since the planned closure has been announced, there has been tremendous effort put forward in planning for what comes next. We know that Diablo Canyon will eventually close at some point. And our community has engaged a broad range of stakeholders in looking at what, in particular, the economic future of our county is going to look like after that closure. I would say that we, as a community, fully understand the case to be made for extending the life of Diablo Canyon for some amount. It is carbon-free electricity that's important to our base load, and it has benefit to the whole state. But I appreciate my colleague Supervisor Ortiz-Legg articulating that what she and I and our Board of Supervisors and our community cares about are the local impacts. And I'd like to associate myself with Senator Laird's approach here and add my appreciation for his very detailed list of significant concerns that absolutely must be addressed if indeed we collectively, our state, our federal agencies, and those involved in this decision do make the decision to continue the operation for some amount of time. I want to reemphasize some that Supervisor Ortiz-Legg has already mentioned in just a second. But I was trying to think how to frame the local issue in a more broad, in a more general sense. And that is, at the local level, we are interested in reducing uncertainties. Uncertainties of the current situation and uncertainties of our future. And if we look at it through this lens, we want to be assured that those local issues are thoroughly and equitably addressed. Don mentioned safety is number one. Everybody has mentioned safety is number one. That is key. There are significant things to look into: the deferred maintenance, the remaining issues in seismic. I actually participated in the independent peer review panel. And there are still issues that I think deserve to be more thoroughly addressed. And I'll leave it at this point at that. The date certain, obviously important for our ability to plan our economic future here. But coupled with that is, maybe I'm going to cement the terminology, the Laird plan, but the renewed commitment to renewables, or an increased commitment to renewables, an all-out effort to do what we have to do. Again, we're thinking statewide benefit here. Wherever these renewables can be sited and whatever means we can use to attain them, and especially storage, I think is something that we didn't talk so explicitly about, but as I looked at those hourly curves, I could see where storage could make a huge difference in meeting the LOLE. And finally, the conservation of those lands. I want to again emphasize that the conservation of the lands surrounding what we call parcel P, those 12,000 and some acres up coast and down of the plant. The conservation of those lands has been a long held desire of our community at large. We see them as having multiple benefits. Most obviously for the environment, but there's also an economic benefit because of one of the twin pillars of the San Luis Obispo County economy right now is our visitor serving tourist industry. And the visions for those lands, again, the involvement of our native peoples, of many stakeholders who have interest in seeing those lands conserved, I can't overstate the importance of that again to our local community. Let me end by referencing something that I heard Vice Chair Gunda indicate as he was talking about our energy future. And what caught my ear was his expression of the need to work with local governments as well as state and federal governments in crafting that energy future. I think that pertains most importantly to this specific issue. And I would hope, in fact, I would expect that all the other state and federal agencies that are going to be involved in this assume a similar stance of respect and constructive engagement with our local elected officials and our stakeholders broadly writ right there. It is absolute honor for me to represent the communities of this county. I see a lot of, I'm optimistic about the future. And I think that indeed, as Ms. Matasantos indicated, there's going to be some challenging conversations. In fact, a challenging work program if this is going to happen. But I can pledge to you the engagement of San Luis Obispo County and a process that's going to involve as many of our community members and elected officials as we possibly can. Again, thanks very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to public comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Gibson. Now it is time for public comment, the moment we've all been waiting for. Thank you so much to all of the over 600 attendees who have joined this workshop. We really appreciate your patience throughout this period. So first, instructions for attendees who do wish to comment. If you are on by Zoom, please click on the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen that looks like an open palm or high five. For those of you joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and then press *6 to unmute on your end. Again, that's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. If you are calling in, do not utilize the speakerphone feature as it will make it difficult to hear you. Comments may be limited to 2 minutes or less per speaker and 1 speaker per organization. We will show a timer on the screen and will alert you when your time is up. All comments will become part of the public record. Please state your name and affiliation before speaking. Again, please state your name and affiliation before speaking. All right, we will now look for hands. We do have plenty raised. We are going to begin with Jane Swanson. Jane, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Jane Swanson speaking on behalf of San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. The joint agreement signed by PG&E to permanently shut down DIABLO in 2025 must be honored. Californians will not benefit from continued operations of this old, unreliable, dangerous plant that produces radioactive waste that will be lethal for 1,000 generations. The earthquake hazards posed by DIABLO are reason enough to shut it down in 2025, if not sooner. PG&E's evaluation of the seismic hazards posed by the 4 active interconnected earthquake faults nearby is not credible. The work was done in-house, using newly invented methods and theories without sufficient independent peer review. Somehow PG&E reached the conclusion that the four-fault system would create 50% less ground motion than its original evaluation of the Hosgri fault alone. This makes no sense. And the timing of earthquakes is not predictable. We can't say if it would happen while Diablo is still open or after it's closed. But the consequences of a release of radiation caused by an earthquake are well known. An area the size of the state of Pennsylvania would be uninhabitable and property values would be wiped out. No insurance companies have been willing to take the risks of insuring property against a release of activity. They know how to calculate risk. PG&E is a convicted corporate felon responsible for nearly 100 deaths, thousands of homes and businesses burned to the ground, and cannot be trusted to maintain and safely run any nuclear power plant, let alone one designed in the 60s and sited on multiple earthquake faults. Drop the terrible legislation proposal that proposes to give PG&E gifts, including $1.4 billion of taxpayer money, and exempt it from environmental regulation. Don't gamble with our futures.
Next is Jan Budart, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounced the last name. All right, Jan, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Jan Budar, and I am representing the Nuclear Energy Information Service. And I would like to talk about safety, because one of the safety issues that has not been mentioned by anyone is the fact that Diablo Canyon, the reactor vessel, is the most embrittled reactor vessel in the United States right now since the closure of Palisades. I'd like to refer to an embrittled reactor in Japan called Genkai 1. Genkai 1 was embrittled, and when Fukushima happened, of course, the plant was shut down. Then the reactor vessel was tested for embrittlement. And when the physical test for embrittlement was compared to the computer prediction of embrittlement, it was found that the actual embrittlement was much higher. In the United States, we have not done those physical tests. There are coupons embedded in the reactor vessel that can be tested for embrittlement, but they are not tested because we are depending on the algorithms from computer to predict the embrittlement. And those algorithmic predictions are way off if the Genkai reactor is any indication. We cannot trust the reactor vessel at Diablo Canyon not to crack if there's any kind of difficulty where changes in the temperature would cause the embrittled reactor to crack and chatter.
Next is Jill Samick. Jill, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Jill Zamek. I am a resident of Arroyo Grande, living a dozen miles downwind from Diablo Canyon. I vigorously protest the proposal to extend the operation of Diablo Canyon. It is an enormous betrayal of trust and is outright wrong. It is wrong to break the retirement agreement of 2016, wrong to ask our California legislators to negate environmental oversight, wrong to force taxpayers and ratepayers to subsidize this rescue mission, wrong to ignore the significant threat posed by multiple earthquake faults near the plant, wrong to continue to generate high-level radioactive waste when there is no safe, just, and permanent storage solution, wrong to allow the continuation of Diablo's unlawful cooling system. I adamantly urge the abandonment of this proposal. Continued operation impedes the use of renewable energy on the grid. It has not and will not alleviate power outages. Uphold and honor the agreement to shutter the reactors by 2025 and spend your time and this tremendous amount of promised money on further development, implementation, and use of truly clean energy resources. Thank you.
Next is Daniel Hirsch. Daniel, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Daniel Hirsch, retired director of the Program on Environmental and Nuclear Policy at UC Santa Cruz. I am struck by the almost complete absence of explicit discussion by the presenters of the fundamental downside of extending Diablo's operations, the risk of release of massive amounts of radioactivity. Each Diablo reactor contains 1,000 times the long-lived radioactivity of the Hiroshima bomb. That radioactivity only stays inside the reactors if cooling is maintained. If that fails, the fuel can melt and its radioactivity released, capable of contaminating large parts of California for generations. The plant was designed based on PG&E's claim that there were no active earthquake faults within 30 kilometers. After the construction permit was granted, however, the Hosgri fault was found a mere 4 kilometers from the plant, capable of an earthquake far larger than the plant was designed to withstand. PG&E requested and was granted an exception for that fault. It claimed that that would be the last fault found. Yet thereafter, the San Luis Bay fault was discovered near the plant, and then the Los Osos fault, and finally the Shoreline fault was found a mere 600 meters from the reactors. These faults and the interconnections between them can cause earthquakes far larger than the plant was originally designed for. PG&E controversially tried to get around these discoveries by revising its methods for estimating ground shaking, but the risks don't go away by wishing them away. And that, frankly, appears to be precisely what underlies the governor's proposal to breach the phase-out agreement. The governor is contemplating trying to push through complex, poorly thought-out legislation in the last days of session to breach the Diablo phase-out agreement that he had previously boasted of having brokered. It would exempt the most dangerous technology on Earth from most provisions of environmental law. I would respectfully ask the governor and those of you who are asked to enable this extraordinarily dangerous proposal, what would you tell the people of California if your actions resulted in keeping these reactors running longer, resulting in a catastrophic meltdown and a release of radioactivity of massive levels across the state?
Next is Tim Larson. Tim, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. I had a prepared statement, but I am struck by the ignorance and uninformed speaking of these former public commenters. There is absolutely no evidence that there is a spent nuclear waste problem. It's never harmed anybody. There's plenty of room at Diablo Canyon for the spent nuclear waste, and it is stored safely. To say that nuclear waste is dangerous for hundreds of generations or thousands of generations is absolutely false. It is very easy to handle. It comes out of the reactor hot. It is kept underwater for about 10 years, and then it can go into dry casks for another 10 or 15 years, or until such time as somebody wants to reprocess that spent nuclear fuel into new fuel to be used in a reactor again. Diablo Canyon has been operating safely for all of these years. It's been through many earthquakes. The reactor shuts down safely in seconds when there is an earthquake detected, and is a very, very safe operation. Nuclear power produces more energy and creates less dangerous waste than any other form of energy. Globally, coal produces more than 700 million tons of ash and gigatons of carbon dioxide. Shutting Diablo Canyon down now sends the wrong message to the world And there is no way, not a chance, that renewable energy can make up the difference. Renewable energy has not produced even significant or relevant amounts of energy ever. In the United States, we used 93,000 petajoules of
Tim,
energy
your
in
time is up.
2017, and solar made 350.
Tim, your time is up. Next is Mary Beth Bringen. Mary Beth, your line is open. You may begin. Mary Beth, you may begin. All right. We cannot hear you, Mary Beth, so we are going to mute your line, move forward, and we'll come back to you. All right. Next is Gary Hedrick. Gary, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I assume you can hear me. My name is Hedrick. I'm co-founder of San Clemente Green, and we spearheaded the effort to shut down San Onofre when they had the leak. And the experience has been a valuable one that I want to share with your listeners and emphasize the importance of continuing your plans to shut down by 2025. The industry estimates for impacts of closure at San Onofre were greatly exaggerated, and they never materialized when SONG shut down. On the other hand, predictions of growth in efficiency and cost for renewables have exceeded expectations. Considering how many unknowns the future may bring, adjustments to shift demands to address shortages are readily available, even if it takes more conservation on people's parts. However, if you continue to go beyond this 2025 date, we don't know when that overdue mega quake that has been mentioned previously will occur. And to deal with active nuclear power plant during an earthquake poses much greater danger than a shutdown power plant. And that's confirmed time and time by Edison, who tells us how much safer we are now that we don't have an operating plant, but we have nuclear waste. And let me tell you, we're very concerned about the nuclear waste being stored here, but I can't emphasize enough how much safer we will be to continue on the path we're on, shut down in 2025, and hope that the earthquake doesn't take place before then. I think it's incredibly important that we reduce the uncertainties like we're talking about. And by shutting down the plant as planned, we will achieve that. And if we don't, we're just inviting more and more delays into the future. So I appreciate your listening, and I hope you can make the right decision.
All right, we are returning to Mary Beth Bringen. After that will be Diane DiArigo. Hi there, go ahead. Mary Beth, your line is open. All right, Mary Beth, we can't hear you. All right, Mary Beth, it looks like you're speaking, but we can't hear you. Is your volume up? All right, Mary Beth, I apologize. We're gonna have to mute you again. I'll try afterward. Diane, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, this is Diane DeRio. I'm with Nuclear Information and Resource Service. And I wanted to say that the nuclear power is actually not carbon free. It requires carbon fuel for mining, milling, fuel fabrication, transportation, the whole front end of the fuel chain. And then the emissions that are given off may not be carbon, or the ones that are radioactive carbon are carbon, but there are radioactive emissions, which could possibly affect global warming as well. The someone earlier said that there were some charts that were being shown, and it listed facilities that require diesel backup. Well, nuclear does require diesel backup for offsite power loss. And so there are things that are being said about nuclear that are not exactly true. And those are some of the reasons that are being given to keep these old reactors running. I believe that the reactors should be shut as planned. With regard to the high-level waste, the irradiated fuel that is stored, there's nowhere to put all of the waste that's there now. Is this community willing to be a permanent storage facility for high-level radioactive waste? You better think about that. And then as you continue to make more, realize that you decided, if you decide to proceed to keep this reactor open, both these units open, that the waste that's generated, that there is no temporary or permanent place. There's no way for it. The communities that have been targeted in Texas and New Mexico for supposedly interim storage do not consent. They are largely Hispanic communities. We're looking at environmental justice violations in that. The only permanent repository ever targeted, and it has been canceled, is on Western Shoshone land, and the Western Shoshones are fighting that. So the waste does have nowhere to go. It may be able to sit in the yard there for a while, but not forever. It is also very lethal.
Diane, your time is up.
Thank you.
Diane, your time is up. All right. Mary Beth, we are going to try your line again. Mary Beth, your line is open. You may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for your patience. A Diablo Canyon extension would be a monumental mistake. All the arguments stated here today demonstrate how centralized power grids are hopelessly outdated. Microgrids can provide the flexibility and the resilience now required. For many years, additional renewables and solar capacity have been blocked in many ways, and interties blocked. All speakers have said safety is paramount. However, they ignore the routine release during normal operation of Diablo Canyon of extremely dangerous, long-lived radioisotopes into the air and water. And by the way, carbon is produced by nuclear reactors. It's radioactive carbon, carbon-14. Plus, the constant production of spent nuclear fuel, for which there is no adequate management plan, will accumulate on site. This is the most dangerous substance produced by humans and will last over 1 million years. This tyrannical, undemocratic process is disgusting to me and risks the health and viability of our beautiful state. Don't do it.
Next will be a phone number ending in 6022. Your line is open. You may begin. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello? Hello?
We hear you. We hear you.
Oh, I'm calling as a citizen to protest and to make light of Newsom's connection to his best friend lobbyists for Exxon and Shell and Bechtel Corporation, which has nuclear connections. 2 weeks ago, Max Gomberg, the California State Resources Control Board, resigned, saying, quote, Newsom's not willing to take bolder climate action to combat the drought in California. He's connected to the Getty Oil as a protege. There's a lie about carbon-free energy with nuclear power. Massive amounts of carbon energy go into the nuclear fuel cycle, has been pointed out. Joseph Mangano has found an infant mortality cancer rate that's exceeded. The WHIP study in Germany has found a correlation between nuclear power plants and cancer. The National Academy of Sciences has found that there's no safe level for radioactive materials ingested by human beings on a threshold level. No threshold for safety. Meanwhile, the people locally are ingesting these radioactive materials that threaten their health. It's uneconomical. It needs massive subsidies from the government on a California and federal level to operate. It's contaminating the marine environment on a massive level, which is absolutely insane to consider when we could implement efficiency levels to discourage the use of power in the first place, not continue to build out with solar, wind, and other power like thermal. We need to focus on cutting back on power usage. This is a disaster for the California federal taxpayers, and it's a major threat to human health. And with hubris, we're seeing our politicians with deep pockets, connections with lobbyists and big interest to continue this unbelievable tragedy. Thank you.
Next is V. John White, followed by Sybil Ashley. V. John, your line is open. You may begin. V. John White, you may need to unmute on your end.
Sorry, I want to thank everybody for calling this meeting, giving us an opportunity to participate. I particularly want to thank Senator Laird for his very thoughtful and detailed history. I'm sorry to say that this proposal represents another broken promise to the people of California. The once-through cooling plants is a broken promise. Those plants are in disadvantaged communities, and we've known for 10 years and sat on our hands. But well, practically speaking, the danger of this proposal is that it misjudges the actual reliability of Diablo Canyon at this stage of its operation. The cost of keeping it online, if you go back and look at the investments that have had to be made over the last 5 years, it's not small and likely to continue. The embrittlement, one of the reactors has been discussed and is an issue in terms of safety. Leaving aside the process for relicensing, the danger that we are concerned about is the threat to the governor's own goal of expanding offshore wind on the Central Coast. It's one thing to have a 3-year extension until we get through the critical period, and another thing to talk about 2035, which will basically delay offshore wind in the Central Coast. Lastly, I think there needs to be something in return from PG&E. As part of this agreement, if you are insistent on moving forward despite all of the concerns being expressed, and that is that they turn over the transmission rights to the state of California for the Diablo transmission and not hold on to it and try to leverage everybody and make that a part of the commitment. What this administration has to do, given this trail of broken promises and going the wrong direction on fossil fuels and wrong direction on Diablo, is that you have a credible plan and an action plan to get from here to where we need to go, and not just targets and, rhetoric. I know this is a tough decision. I know you all have your hands full. I know you're all working hard, and there are many challenges. But this is a fork in the road, and if you're going to take it, you need to understand the disappointment and the need to get something back get back on track, including for offshore wind. Thank you.
Sybil Ashley, your line is open. You may begin. CD Carson will follow.
Thank you. I'm Sybil Ashley. I live in Los Osos, and I'm a concerned citizen. I want to shut down Diablo Canyon as scheduled. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. December 1942, I was 2.5 when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed. March 1955. Where have all the flowers gone? Long time passing. When will we ever learn? Pete Seeger. June 2022. Pete Seeger now has a national stamp available after all these years. 1972, Cabaret. Money, 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 money. All the money that PG&E has donated to the schools and communities of San Luis Obispo County will not do any good if our citizens, marine life, and children are sick or dead. Speaking of money, ratepayers and taxpayers have already paid out $85 million in mitigating costs to the impacted communities and millions toward decommissioning costs. The Hollywood Bowl, 1979, quoting Melissa Manchester at the anti-nuclear benefit called Survival Sunday 2. It's as if reality is being written by the sanity department at Mad Magazine, Manchester said, explaining that she was especially upset about California's Diablo Canyon nuclear installation. The idea of building a nuclear plant on a fault line, let alone building it at all, is beyond comprehension. August 2022, California is still a leader in the country. Closing Diablo Canyon will send an important message worldwide. Although time is getting short for me, I would like to see the whole world sing hallelujah, hallelujah the day all nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons are banned from our planet. We already have the song. Thank you, Leonard Cohen. Let's have the action.
Next is CD Carson. Your line is open. You may begin. CD Carson, your line is open. You need to unmute on your end. All right, we'll come back to CD. Next is Eric Meyer. Eric, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Eric Meyer. I'm the executive director of a pro-nuclear environmental nonprofit called Generation Atomic. And I'm thrilled that the California Energy Commission, the governor's office, CalISO are having this discussion because clearly, if you see the presentation from CalISO, there are very dangerous times ahead for the state if we don't hold on to Diablo Canyon. We just don't know where that power is going to come from, and that's a life or death decision for people if you depend on dialysis to live, or the many other uses of electricity that are so important to us, air conditioning even. So the amount of kind of fear mongering, and I can't even count how many scientifically inaccurate things I heard in the last minute. Just the first one that comes to mind is the fact that nuclear power is not low carbon. It's look at the United Nations assessment, look at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Any of these national bodies of science will tell you how clean nuclear power is. It's also not only safe, but it is the safest form of reliable electricity generation that we have. When I look ahead at what the future of California looks like without Diablo, it is very, very bad. You're looking at an additional $1 billion every year in electricity costs, according to the Stanford and MIT study, also backed up with the Brattle Group. You're looking at 40 million metric tons of carbon put up into the air that just didn't need to happen. And it's interesting, all the people that are protesting here are probably not going to be around when climate change gets really bad. It's heartbreaking to hear these comments. And I think the people of California actually understand how important this plant is. A recent poll showed 58% of Californians support running it longer, and 74% in San Luis Obispo County. So we should listen to the people and keep running it. Thank you.
We're going to try again with CD Carson.
Hello.
Your line is open. You may begin.
Yes. My name is Christopher Carson. I live in Fort Worth, Texas. Am I coming through? Am I coming through?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Sorry, I live in Fort Worth, Texas, near the Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Station, as it happens. Now, as you may have heard in the news recently, we here in Texas have been suffering from supply disruptions and the threat of supply disruptions. And I can tell you that this is not any fun whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I was very, very lucky. Last year in February, when we had such large power supply disruptions, the power stayed on at my house the whole time. I've got a 98-year-old grandmother who lives with me. She was actually born in California, and both of my grandmothers were in the 1920s. Yeah. And so the power stayed on, and so she stayed okay. That is really the question. What happens in California if Diablo Canyon continues to run? And the answer is your energy supply is a trifle more secure, your emissions are a trifle lower, power prices are probably a trifle lower and more stable. Who's harmed? Well, really the only people who might be harmed are the energy traders who depend on market volatility to perform arbitrages. And frankly, I would think that more than 20 years after Enron forced rolling blackouts in California to increase their profit margins, you might have had too much of lining the pockets of those particular folks. You know, the plain truth is that I keep hearing over and over again from opponents of nuclear energy three things. One of them is statements that are taken out of context and wildly distorted. Another one is complete fabrications, outright lies. And a third is grandiose but ultimately meaningless sounding statements. The fact is, from what we saw at Fukushima, which is a catastrophe bigger than anything that could happen at Diablo Canyon, you know how many deaths from radiation release there have been? None. You know how much land area has been put out of use for generations? None. In fact, most of the area that was evacuated outside the plant fence itself has already been cleared for reoccupation. Only something like 3 or 4 square miles has been taken out of use for any length of time and is expected to be cleared soon. So let's not have false statements for the purpose of forcing a decision dishonestly.
Next is Don Eichelberger. Don, your line is open. You may begin. Don, you may need to unmute on your end.
Wait a minute. Here I am. Am I there? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
First, I want to set the previous speaker straight on one thing, is that it has been found, according to the follow-up studies to Hiroshima, that high levels of intense radiation has less longer-term effects than slower releases of radiation over a longer term, as is the case with operating nuclear reactors and the possibility of getting radioactive waste into our groundwater, as is already happening in mining areas of the Southwest, and that's starting to pose a problem for the Native community down there. And we're just at the beginning of those stages, and I'm scared to death about the waste issue. And I want to say, I'm not an attorney, but I don't know if a governor's moratorium holds the weight of law. But when Governor Brown established a moratorium on building new nuclear facilities in California, I wonder, isn't the extension of Diablo Canyon's operating license past its negotiated end equivalent to building a new nuclear reactor? Now, the reason that we wanted to end not building the new nuclear reactors was so that we didn't add more to our burden of nuclear waste into the future. We still have no place to put it, and yet, you know, we're talking about extending Diablo Canyon's life and you know, stacking more waste there and across the country, and no place for any of it to go. So I submit that because of that, I think it would break the moratorium to extend the operating license at Diablo Canyon. And I have written I've submitted written comments that cover a lot of other things, including the need to get energy company out of the profiteering business. Thank you very much.
Next is Stephen Williams. Your line is open. You may begin. Stephen, your line is open. You may begin. Unmute on your end. Okay, we'll come back to Stephen Williams. Next is Chris Hubby. Chris, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Chris Hubby. I'm a computer engineer living in the Central Coast. I'm passionate about protecting the environment and fighting climate change. I have organized efforts to protect the environment in the past. I'm disturbed listening to these sadly misinformed and deeply afraid public commenters. We really need to do a better job at communicating with the public about the science of nuclear power. But I actually wanted to spend what's remaining of my 2 minutes addressing some of the questions by Senator Laird and I believe Congressman Carbajal. The first one they were talking about was costs. There was a question about who will pay, what the costs will be, and who will pay to change existing plans to keep Diablo Canyon open. There was a MIT and Stanford paper collaboration that came out that indicated that we could save, actually, I believe it was $26 billion if we were to extend the lifetime of the plant. And there's also now $6 billion, I believe, from the Biden administration to help nuclear plants in the state like this facing closure. And the real question we should be asked is not who will pay for reversing the plans and sustaining the operation, but who will pay for the greater costs of shutting down the plant just as it's planned. And the next one was about crowding out wind. That wind projects in question are not going to output as much power as Diablo Canyon. And to exchange Diablo Canyon for the offshore wind projects near Morro Bay is actually a net loss in carbon-free power. And since fossil fuels still provide 50% of our needed electrical energy, it's not in the best interest of the general public in California or the world with the long-reaching effects of climate change. So the wants of special interests, namely wind energy, should not be prioritized over the public. Any wind power projects must be built to replace fossil fuels, not carbon-free power sources like Diablo Canyon, even if that requires upgrading transmission lines. And I only have a few more seconds, so I wanted to thank you for letting me speak, and good luck.
Right, Stephen Williams, we're going to reopen your line.
Thank you, Naomi, for giving me another shot here. I want to mention that several nations already have decarbonized their electric grids by including large amounts of hydro or nuclear both in their energy mix. I'll note that the nation of Slovakia is going to have carbon-free grid by 2025, a full 20 years ahead of California when it brings 2 nuclear reactors online. Meanwhile, no nation has ever decarbonized its grid without including either hydro or nuclear power in its mix. And as we know, hydro is a dwindling resource in California. So why would California close Diablo Canyon in the first place? It's California's single largest source of carbon-free electricity. Close it during a climate crisis, no less, even as California continues to burn massive amounts of natural gas. This doesn't make any sense. Unfortunately, though, some Californians fear nuclear power despite the fact that it is one of the safest major sources of electricity on Earth. I understand that nuclear power can sound scary, but every objection I've heard to keeping Diablo Canyon open has been addressed many times. The plant is very seismically safe and its waste is stored safely. Still, the sentiment that Diablo Canyon is dangerous persists. We simply must not let unfounded fears of nuclear power dictate our climate mitigation strategy. We must follow the science. So please, let's keep Diablo Canyon running. It's the right thing to do for humanity. It's the right thing to do for Mother Earth. The climate doesn't care where our carbon-free energy comes from. And I'll conclude there.
Now we'll be screen. After Ryan will be James Heddle, then Paris Ortiz Wines. Ryan, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Pickering. I am a 34-year-old energy policy researcher in California. The focus of my research has been the anthropology of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, the largest electricity generator in California. The plant is located on the Pecho Coast of California, the ancestral land of YTT Northern Chumash, who have called this land home for over 10,000 years. California is learning firsthand the challenges of the energy transition. We are indeed behind schedule, and it's not too late to get back on track. Power outages are a threat to California's prosperity. Keeping Diablo Canyon online will save lives. Leaders must act with honesty, integrity, humility, and courage in the weeks ahead to rethink our nuclear strategy in California. To those spreading unsubstantiated nuclear fear on this call, I say to you, young people deserve clean energy. Do not doom us to power outages, expensive energy, and a deeper connection to fossil fuels. On July 27th, 2022, Tribal Chair Mona Tucker of YTT Northern Chumash sent a letter to the governor's office. I have submitted the final resolution as a public statement today before the meeting. The resolution from the tribe states that the 2018 agreement to close the plant did not properly consult the tribe and is therefore nullified. The tribe provides that restoring the land to indigenous ownership in partnership with PG&E is something that they are open to. This is a generous offer. I call on the governor's office to keep Diablo Canyon Power Plant online in partnership with the tribe to ensure prosperity and environmental stewardship in California. Let us work together to find reconciliation in our abundant energy future. Thank you.
James Heddle, your line is open and you may begin.
James Heddle, EON, the Ecological Options Network. The attempt to extend Diablo Canyon's operation in defiance of citizen opposition, public safety, and common sense demonstrates two things. Nuclear energy is a quintessentially totalitarian and anti-democratic technology. Nuclear revivalism is a religious cult. The late S. David Freeman, who oversaw more nuclear plant closures in his career than any other nuclear administrator, put it this way. You have to understand, and I quote, you have to understand the nuclear industry and the people that run it. To them, they have, and I say this advisedly, they have a religious belief in nuclear power. So facts don't interfere, you know. Religion is belief. They believe in nuclear power, and I tell you how it came about. It started off as a guilt trip. We got the bomb in World War II, and President Truman said right after he found out about it, we've got to make something good out of this evil. And so the whole nation started off with civilian nuclear power plants as a gigantic guilt trip. And so we overlooked the dangers inherent in it, and we thought we were doing something good. Freeman knew whereof he spoke from a lifetime of experience. He was involved in the negotiations that led to the Diablo shutdown agreement, which nuclear revival cultists are now attempting to violate. He would strongly advise against it. Extending Diablo's operation is dumb, dangerous, and tragically irresponsible. Thank you.
Next is Paris Ortiz-Wines, followed by Ace Hoffman, and then Laura Rosenberger. Paris, your line is open. You may begin.
Great. Hi, my name is Paris Ortiz-Wines, and I'm a Santa Barbara local and environmentalist. To close Diablo Canyon would be an environmental and social injustice. In the last 2 years, I've seen our Golden State fail to provide reliable, affordable energy for its citizens. In 2020, California saw its first rotating blackout since 2001, leaving nearly 2 million citizens without power for up to 24 hours without notice. With limited in-state reliable generation, California is now the leading importer of electricity in the US, receiving nearly 30% of its electricity from across state lines. In 2021, Californians saw their electricity prices increase by nearly 12%. Residents pay about $66 more for electricity than the rest of the country, and as of March this year, 3.6 million residents struggle to pay their electricity bills. Our energy austerity policies are placing the burden on our most vulnerable populations. In the midst of a global energy and climate crisis, we cannot afford to lose 15% of our zero carbon energy. The data is clear. When nuclear plants close, they are replaced with fossil fuels. When New York's nuclear power plant, Indian Point, was prematurely shuttered, CO2 emissions from in-state electricity generation rose 35% in the first month. When Santa Onofre nuclear plant was shut down, emissions in California increased by 37 million metric tons of CO2. If Diablo is lost, 15.5 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions will be emitted between now and 2030. Despite the fear-mongering we have heard, nuclear energy is clean energy. How can California call itself a climate leader when it is deliberately closing existing clean energy infrastructure? California leaders forget that we need 100% clean energy, not 100% renewable energy for decarbonization. I urge you to follow the science, to enact a fair, sustainable energy transition. The world needs nuclear energy. Keep Diablo Canyon open for as long as possible. Thank you.
Ace Hoffman, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm an independent researcher. My name is Ace Hoffman, and I've been studying nuclear issues for more than 50 years, and including interviews and tutoring and being educated by experts from Lawrence Livermore, who worked on the Manhattan Project in Berkeley and many other institutions. First, I want to address the no new reactors law. What is a reactor? Well, it's those things that we're calling fuel. Those are actually the reactor. And so it's ridiculous we should never have gone beyond the next refueling when it comes to reactors. They should have all been shut down a long, long time ago. Furthermore, you cannot pretend that accidents, terrorism, war, human error, tsunamis, earthquakes, fires, and many other tragic events cannot happen. And we must not forget that rust and corrosion and embrittlement are all also possible. And many of these things were not mentioned at all by any of the official speakers. Some of the activists have mentioned some of them. But you have to take these risks into consideration. I didn't hear any attempt to do that. And lastly, I want to talk about the Cal ISO claim that nuclear is clean and affordable and reliable and carbon-free and emission-free. It's actually none of these things, and it's also not safe. The mining, the cleanup, the operation, the 1,500 employees, that all requires carbon, even if all it's just, we're talking about them driving to work. And also, and when we're talking about outages, a temporary outage is not that big a deal. A long-term outage, like what San Onofre did, only maybe with an accident combined, that's a problem. And reactors are just not safe. I only have a few more moments, so I wanted to thank you, Ms. Gallardi, for doing a wonderful job of handling this production. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Laura Rosenberger, followed by Dan C., and then Isabel Bomecki. Laura, your line is open. You may begin.
Do not extend Diablo. The spent fuel pools contain more radioactive waste than before and are more of a threat to the environment and public health if there's an earthquake. Its outdated cooling system dumps massive quantities of heated water into ocean ecosystems, sometimes causing toxic algal blooms, releasing VOCs and obnoxious odors. Worst of all, it is on an earthquake fault line. Also, terrorists could damage it. Instead, we should give incentives for more electric cars with an agreement that they put the electricity back into the grid at the time of shortage. The worst blackout 2 years ago was caused by a computer glitch when we exported too much power, not that we did not have enough power. New houses that plan to be built will cool more efficiently than old leaky homes. After 4 years, the Willow Rock compressed air energy storage will operate. The Inflation Reduction Act will help us get enough renewables quickly. All right, thank you.
Next is Dan C. Dan, your line is open. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your time and considering the future of Diablo Canyon. I am a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I hold bachelor's and master's degrees from Cal Poly with focusing in structures, and I've taught there since 2006. I worked at Diablo Canyon as a consultant for 7 years, up until about 4 years ago, and been an advocate for the plant since 2013. The IPCC shows a 2 to 5x expansion of nuclear in all of its decarbonization modeling scenarios. The IPCC, NREL, and the UNECE show nuclear amongst or as the very lowest life cycle emissions of all sources of energy. Long-term operation of nuclear is the cheapest form of energy per the International Energy Agency, IEA. Electricity from Diablo Canyon is exceedingly cheap. Last year, California generated 50% of its in-state electricity from climate change causing natural gas. Replacing one source of low carbon energy, particularly one to be shown the very lowest, with other sources of low carbon energy does not move us forward in fighting climate change and just treads water. Keeping Diablo Canyon open as long as possible is the best thing we can do for our grid to ensure we're the climate change leader we claim to be. Diablo Canyon can also support desalination and hydrogen per the MIT and Stanford studies, with societal benefits, obviously, and value to the tune of billions of dollars. Several of the speakers on this panel or on this call have expressed interest in Diablo's transmission infrastructure, using it for the proposed offshore wind project. Offshore wind is shown to be the most expensive form of energy when we have contrasted with Diablo being one of the cheapest. I've heard a number of falsehoods persist about the seismic condition of Diablo. It's been analyzed and reanalyzed numerous times and shown to be safe. California has a long-term seismic program, Independent Safety Commission for Diablo. And so these concerns are essentially overblown. And I will end it with that as my time is up. Thank you.
Next will be Isabel Bomecki, followed by Pat Wiesart, and then Davis Holmes. Isabel, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So thank you everyone for being here today and open to have this discussion, because I think it's very important for the future of California, but honestly, the future of the country and the future of our planet. I am the founder of Save Clean Energy, but I'm actually here today as a citizen and as a future mother and as an immigrant. As a soon-to-be mother, I actually think about what kind of planet I want to live for my child. And I know it's one of prosperity and free of carbon emissions. And as an immigrant, I know firsthand what energy scarcity looks like. It is not pretty, and it should not be the goal at all. A previous speaker actually mentioned the Texas blackouts, which claimed over 200 lives. That's because energy is life. We know that when nuclear plants shut down, they are replaced by fossil fuels. It happened in San Onofre. It most recently happened in New York with Indian Point. And we're all witnessing what's happening in Germany. Shutting down Diablo Canyon will lead to the same outcome. It will increase carbon emissions. But not only that, it will decrease the amount of available electricity. And that has serious and dire consequences. I am honestly appalled by all the unscientific claims I've heard before. The previous speaker talked about seismic concerns. There had been extensive studies analyzing the safety of the plant, and the plant has been found over and over again to be safe. The concern about nuclear waste is completely misguided, in my opinion, for all the fear mongering. Nuclear waste has never hurt anybody. And contrary to what some people might believe, even if the plant shuts down in 2025, the nuclear waste will remain there because we don't have a final solution, a federal solution. So for all this fear mongering and for all these concerns about nuclear safety and about nuclear waste, we've been ignoring the real villain
Isabel,
here, which is fossil fuels. All right, thank you,
Isabel,
everyone.
your time is up. Pat Wiesart, your line is open. You may begin. Pat, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Pat Wiesart. I live here in San Luis Obispo County. I'm speaking only for myself. First, I'd like to point out that energy demand in California is artificially high. To understand what this administration is doing to reduce demand so that we don't have to have Diablo Canyon or once-through cooling or any of the other environmentally harmful energy producing scenarios that are being pushed. Second, I'd like to point out that this is not an adequate public hearing. I hope that the administration will come to San Luis Obispo and talk to us before going further down this road. Third, I'd like to point out that Ms. Matosantos talked about the regulatory oversight that will be involved in this extension. But my understanding is the administration is actually seeking to streamline this process and exclude regulatory agencies like the Coastal Commission from this process. We need the Coastal Commission to be involved in this process, not excluded from this process. Back in the 70s and 80s, I attended many, many hearings associated with the licensing of Diablo Canyon. At every single one of those meetings, all of the elected officials, state, local, federal, all of the regulatory agencies, state, local, federal, all of the PG&E executives, every single person who is involved in the decision-making for licensing the Diablo Canyon power plant told the people of San Luis Obispo County that radioactive waste is not a problem. The federal government will take care of it. It's going to be put underground in a safe, secure location, seismically safe. That didn't happen. That was the big lie that's been told to us. And we have lived with that waste being stored at Diablo Canyon for all these years. I was young when we started this process, and I'm no longer young, and neither is that power plant. I can't believe that this administration is considering producing more of this waste and storing more of this waste now that we know that it sits on top of 3 earthquake faults. It's not safe. All these people who are associated with the nuclear industry are wrong.
Pat,
it's
your
not
time
safe.
is up.
We all know that
Pat, your time
radioactivity
is up.
is not safe. It causes cancer. We all know.
Next will be Davis Holmes, followed by Mila Risson, and then Heather Hoff. Davis, your line is open. You may begin.
Good evening. I'm here to express my strong support for the continued operation of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant for 20 more years at a minimum. I'm a Generation Z Democratic voter who's shocked by the continued equivocation and lack of competence from politicians in my own party who are playing games with our future and with our ability to keep the lights on here in California. After having virtually attended this Tuesday's Clean Energy Future Subcommittee hearing on grid resilience, I was shocked to hear the senators all but ignore the fact that, more than any of the proposed half measures such as better forecasting or improved storage, doing everything possible to keep 10% of California's total electricity generation capacity online is crucial in stabilizing our grid and meeting our electricity demand. Those senators and every Democratic politician, especially those participating in today's workshop, should be leading the fight to preserve and grow California's emissions-free electricity. I'd like to add that I'm quite disappointed that legislators who were previously online and supposedly here to listen appear to have left this meeting. On that note, I'd like to express my appreciation to Mrs. Mato Santos from the governor's office for remaining on the line. Thank you. I'm disappointed to see politicians who claim to be climate leaders willing to spend billions on the dismantling of our single largest carbon-free energy source. I think they're also talking out of both sides of their mouths when they say they support the union movement while supporting the shutdown of a nuclear power plant, which provides far more permanent union jobs than any wind or solar installation. Please listen to the science, including recommendations from the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and keep nuclear online in California as part of our climate change strategy. Please listen to the thousands of plant workers who will lose their livelihoods after a shutdown and who will remember which politicians fought for them and which didn't. And finally, please listen to your youngest voters who will have to deal with the consequences of worsening climate change for much longer than those who have the power to decide the fate of Diablo Canyon. Thank you.
Mila Risson, your line is open. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. This is Mila Reason, and I'm the former director of the New Mexico organization, Citizens for Alternatives to Radioactive Dumping, as well as Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety. I now live in Southern California, where I live downwind from the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. In 2014, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission Senior Resident Inspector for Diablo, Dr. Michael Peck, determined that PG&E was operating Diablo in violation of its license. Dr. Peck determined that California's last standing nuclear power plant is not engineered to safely withstand ground motion that would certainly be caused by a major earthquake. He determined that DIABLO should be shut until PG&E could prove that they can operate DIABLO in compliance with its license. Instead of heeding Dr. Peck's expert opinion, this brave whistleblower was ignored and he was transferred to Tennessee. And PG&E was never required after that to prove that DIABLO can withstand the long overdue big shakeup caused by the San Andreas fault. What if Dr. Peck's expert determination was correct? What if DIABLO is not engineered to withstand a major quake? I live in Los Angeles County. If a meltdown caused by a big quake occurs at DIABLO, the radioactive plume would reach the homes of millions of Angelenos in about 5 hours. Can we really afford that risk? And I just want to say something about Texas. The February 2021 Texas power failure, during that, one of the reactors that supplied electricity to approximately 1 million Texas households went offline due to the failure of a critical feed water pump that prevented a meltdown of that reactor. That's why it was shut. So the idea that nuclear is reliable is really false. And I hope, I really hope that you will take all of this information into consideration and err on the side of safety and democracy. Thank you.
Heather Hoff, your line is open and you may begin.
Heather Hoff, Mothers for Nuclear. Once I was questioning an analysis that said PG&E didn't need power from Diablo Canyon, and another stating that we might even be better off without it. A previous president of the CPUC told me that these analyses can generally be made to show whatever the analyst desires. Surprising, yes, but we've heard a lot about complicated analyses today, and all modeling aside, I think that most people on this meeting agree that we care about climate change. We need more clean energy right now. We're still 50% natural gas fired electricity in California, and we're going to need more clean electricity in the future as we experience the impacts of climate change and worsening extreme weather. We need to fully relicense Diablo Canyon, and after that, begin planning for a second relicensing period of an additional 20 years. There is never a good reason to shut down a huge existing supply of clean electricity. I think we could come back to that proposal after we've solved climate change and energy poverty. Until then, please check out mothersfornuclear.org. If you're skeptical about nuclear, that's okay. I understand. I was too. I took 6 years to change my mind. I took a long time and a lot of questions. So please ask those questions, and I hope that you can learn more and change your minds too. Thank you.
Next will be Kristen Zaitz, followed by Shane, then Jennifer Clay. Kristen, your line is open. You may begin. Kristen Zaitz, you may need to unmute on your end.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. My name is Kristen Zaitz. I'm a licensed professional engineer and a small business owner in San Luis Obispo County, where I live with my family and my 3 young children. I want to thank the Energy Commission for hosting this event, and thanks also to our elected representatives and everyone here who cares about the future of Diablo Canyon. My family restaurant needs reliable electricity in order to operate. The past few years have been difficult, very difficult, with COVID, now with inflation, and also several power shutoffs causing us to close our doors and lose valuable inventory. If Diablo Canyon is closed, the projections we saw at the beginning of this meeting show even more electric system reliability challenges in the future. Reliable electricity is the backbone of a successful modern economy, and it's critical to the future of California. Businesses and people rely on electricity to function. I urge you to prioritize the provision of reliable, clean, and low-cost electricity for California. Diablo Canyon is all of those things: reliable, clean, and low cost. It seems ludicrous to me that we would even hint at closing Diablo Canyon so that we can use the transmission lines for wind power. We shouldn't be pitting one clean energy source against another or trying to replace reliable clean electricity with unreliable clean electricity. At present, California's electricity is still mostly produced using natural gas, and prices are rising several times faster than the rest of the country. We shouldn't be talking about closing Diablo Canyon until we've replaced all fossil fuel resources with clean resources. So please prioritize reliable, clean, and low-cost electricity and keep Diablo Canyon open. Thank you.
Shane, your line is open and you may begin.
Hello, thank you. My name is Shane Guess, and I'm an environmentalist. And also, I've been a resident of San Luis Obispo County for at least the last 20 or so years. I want to say I echo all the previous comments of Ms. Zaitz. And I've experienced rolling blackouts, flex alerts, grid emergencies, as I'm sure many of you have back in the early 2000s. I'm quite honestly not optimistic that we'll be able to make up the energy deficit without Diablo Canyon staying open past 2024 and 2025, which is why it's critical. Its safety record, Diablo Canyon's safety record speaks for itself. It's clean energy, no greenhouse gas emissions, and no fossil fuel replacement if we keep it open. And furthermore, it's reliable. Over 2,200 megawatts night or day, doesn't rely on the wind, snow melt, or the sun shining. I really think California has the opportunity to be a leader, and letting over 2,200 megawatts of that clean, reliable, safe power just disappear would be really a great shame, in my opinion. So I advocate for keeping Diablo Canyon open for as long as possible. Thank you very much.
Next, Jennifer Clay, your line is open.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Jennifer Clay, and I'm speaking as a resident of San Luis Obispo, but I'm also a professor of physics at Cal Poly, and my education and expertise are in nuclear physics. As a scientist, data, evidence, and facts guide all my decisions. And when I look at all the data presented today, I see even more clearly why we simply must keep Diablo Canyon running. Our goal should be an electric grid that is reliable, affordable, and low carbon. And the scientific consensus is absolutely clear. Nuclear power delivers on all three of those goals. It is the safest, most reliable, lowest emission source of clean energy. Diablo Canyon is already built infrastructure, and it has operated safely and efficiently for over 30 years. To some of the comments about seismic safety, extensive regulatory review has found that Diablo Canyon could safely withstand even the largest earthquakes expected in this region, and that no additional seismic or flood protection retrofits are needed. Despite statements to the contrary, Diablo Canyon does not pose a seismic danger. As the Cal ISO and CEC representatives showed in their presentations today, we simply cannot afford to lose the 2,200 megawatts of steady, low-carbon generation that Diablo Canyon supplies. To meet our climate goals, keep the lights on, and expand our use of electricity to the transportation sector in California, we need to keep Diablo Canyon running beyond 2025. Thank you.
Next will be Alyssa Hayes, followed by Emma Redfoot and Brendan Pittman. Alyssa, your line is open and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Hayes, and I am a PhD candidate and a woman of color. I want to address Senator Laird's concerns about waste storage. I spent 22 years living in Illinois, just 15 minutes away from the now decommissioned Zion nuclear site. It only took 2 years to construct from scratch and prepare the independent spent fuel storage installation that stores the Zion spent fuel. Additionally, spent fuel at Diablo Canyon must spend 5 years in the spent fuel pool to cool down. So unforeseen waste from extending the plant's life would only need to be added to interim storage as early as 2030. This would give Diablo Canyon 8 years to complete an estimated 2-year project to extend its storage capacity. Switching gears, According to the California Energy Commission's own data, 59% of all electricity consumed in California is already carbon-free. The commission even boasted in February that California is ahead of schedule to achieve a 100% clean electric grid by 2045. And Diablo Canyon alone produces 18% of that carbon-free electricity. When Songs was decommissioned less than 10 years ago, its generation was entirely replaced with natural gas. Losing Diablo Canyon would mean losing almost a fifth of the existing clean electricity, immediately setting California back to a majority fossil fueled electric grid and falling behind schedule to achieve a 100% clean grid by 2045. So if Diablo Canyon was prematurely decommissioned and renewables could ramp up production to make up for the plant closure, then we would simply be back where we are today, having made no climate progress. Without Diablo Canyon, the best case scenario would be to tread water on climate goals just to make up for that lost ground. But if California keeps Diablo Canyon open, that massive continued renewables growth would diminish fossil fuels usage and close coal and natural gas plants instead, and then we can actually make some progress. So if California is serious about fighting climate change, drought, and blackouts, it will do everything in its power to protect its clean energy assets, including Diablo Canyon. Thank you so much.
Emma Redfoot, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody on this call who's come before me, who's taken time to comment and to participate in this public comment period. My name is Emma Redfoot. I earned a bachelor's in environmental studies because I care about climate change, and I view climate change as being the issue of my generation. I also earned a master's in nuclear engineering because I care about climate change. What I learned from my undergrad in environmental studies is that we're not just combating climate change, we're also dealing with mass struggles to have access to energy around the world. The larger context of reliable energy while combating climate change needs to be discussed when understanding the incredible benefits provided to society by nuclear power plants like Diablo Canyon. Energy is the most important, least understood issue in our society. I became a nuclear engineer after I learned enough about energy to realize how challenging it is to combat climate change while addressing energy poverty and accessibility. The alternatives to Diablo Canyon are unreliable power from out of state or continued reliance on dirty sources of power like diesel. When power is unreliable, people die. I appreciate the presentation by the KISO experts who care about reliable power. The data presented demonstrated that continued operation of Diablo Canyon supports reliable power, which supports the people of California. The more I learned about nuclear power, when I was changing my mind about this, because I was not pro-nuclear, I was not raised in a pro-nuclear environment. The more I learned about nuclear power, the more I realized how uninformed I was, and most people are. I feel for the people that are afraid of nuclear. Nuclear power has given me a lot of hope that there is a solution to addressing climate change and energy accessibility issues. I also interned at Diablo Canyon. I would happily live near Diablo with my family. The people that operate Diablo Canyon are capable people who can manage the logistics issues brought up by Senator Laird. What places such as Germany have demonstrated is that what we can't manage is producing clean, reliable electricity without either nuclear or immense hydro resources in certain areas, which hydro resources are becoming less and less reliable in California as we deal with more drought caused by climate change. I believe in California's ability to lead in producing clean electricity. The nuclear power generated from Diablo Canyon is an essential part of the mix of clean power sources that can enable people to live the lives that they want to live. As has been shown,
Emma, your time is up.
Okay.
Emma, your time is up.
Okay.
Brendan Pittman, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. My name is Brendan Pittman. I'm a resident of Berkeley, California, and I'm a civil engineer, and I'm here. My views are my own. I just want to reiterate that we are here. The topic at hand is to discuss energy system reliability. This is the main point that California is facing. This is the major issue we are facing in California at this time. Right now, we received a presentation today by Vice Chair Gunda that 11,500 megawatts of new resources are at risk of coming on time to provide power to safely and reliably power our grid. That's striking. That's the canary in the coal mine right now. If those don't come online, we are at risk for powering our homes during major heat events, from people cooling their homes. People are at risk of dying. A lot of people on this call right now have talked about the safety of nuclear power plants. This plant is currently operating in real time by professionals. It's oversight. There's oversight by the federal regulatory body, and it is safe. It's running right now, and it will continue to run for the next 3 years. I can't stress that enough. So we have to stop talking about we can continue talking about safety, but we can be professional about it. But I just want to commend the presentation that Vice Chair Gunda presented to really alert what we're facing in the next 5 to 10 years. We need to keep Diablo Canyon running to make sure that our energy system is reliable. And I just want to express that we need to, I want to express that the CEC support legislation to keep Diablo Canyon running for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Next, we have Jacopo Buongiorno. Your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, fantastic. So my name is Jacopo Buongiorno. I'm a professor of nuclear science and engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a co-author of the MIT Stanford report on Diablo Canyon that has been mentioned a couple of times this evening. My professional expertise is nuclear energy technology and safety, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my views here on a key topic that is being raised in the discussions about Diablo Canyon's license extension, the topic of Diablo's age and reliability. Diablo Canyon has, over its lifetime, maintained a very high average capacity factor of 87%, exceeding 90% in many years. Capacity factor is a measure of energy availability, which is so important to ensuring that the power grid continues to work reliably so that power outages or blackouts are avoided, as you've heard in the earlier presentation. The close to 100% the capacity factor, the more reliable is the energy supply. To put things in perspective, the average capacity factor for California's other zero carbon energy sources, hydro, solar, and wind, is 24%, 22%, and 25%, respectively. Diablo's high reliability is consistent with the general trend among U.S. nuclear reactors of the same age of Diablo or older. The performance of this cohort of reactors tended to improve with time as operators have gained more experience and have become more proficient at operating these plants. However, in 2020, Diablo Canyon Unit 2 did experience several problems with the hydrogen gas cooling system of its turbine generator set. This is not a nuclear safety concern, but Unit 2 had to be taken offline during early 2021 as the problem was being fixed. Such problems are not atypical in nuclear power plants, which usually recover to high performance in short order. In fact, by early 2022, Diablo's Unit 2 was back to full power and has exhibited a capacity factor of over 99% in the first 7 months of this year, which is nothing short of spectacular. Most nuclear power plants in the U.S. have obtained renewed operating licenses permitting operation as long as 60 years. A number of those plants have now been operating longer than 40 years. This operating experience supports the point that reactors like Diablo Canyon should be capable of efficient operation long past their initial 40-year operation period of operation. In summary, while no energy technology is perfectly reliable, I do expect that Diablo Canyon will continue to perform reliably in the future. As a passionate clean energy advocate, I'd like to thank the state of California for its leadership on climate change mitigation and clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have... Oh, apologies. Go ahead, Noemi.
Thank you, Dorothy. Wanjun Chang, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Great.
Yes.
My name's Wanjun Chang. I'm an economist at the Brattle Group and a lecturer of economics at University of Maryland. I'm an author of Brattle's 2 reports prepared on behalf of Carbon Free California that assess the value of retaining Diablo Canyon. Here, I'd like to share the key insights from these 2 reports. The first report shows that extending Diablo's life reduces reliance on natural gas plants and out-of-state fossil energy imports. It reduces cumulative CO2 emissions by 40 million metric tons, which is equal to an entire year of grid emissions. It reduces system costs by more than $4 billion in net present value for ratepayers by avoiding the burning of fossil fuel system-wide and by reducing build costs of other resources otherwise needed to meet clean energy and reliability goals. And lastly, we show that keeping DIABLO could help the state achieve a zero carbon grid 10 years earlier. Now, in the second report, we find that the CEC's procurement goals, while meeting its assessment of reliability needs, depends on very optimistic assumptions that clean resources like solar and storage are deployed at 2 to 3 times historic rates. The Commission's plan further assumes the procurement of new geothermal and pumped storage resources, which is again optimistic given the permitting challenges and construction time involved. And to our knowledge, no large geothermal projects are yet in the queue or under development. If these resources do not materialize as expected due to siting, transmission, and supply chain challenges, without Diablo Canyon, the shortfall in net qualifying capacity needed to ensure reliability can range from 2 to 4 gigawatts, putting the state at the risk of rolling blackouts in extreme weather conditions. We show that retaining Diablo could mitigate this shortfall substantially, and in some cases entirely. The full report is available online for you guys to view. Thanks.
Stephen Sawalik, your line is open. You may begin. Stephen, your line is open. You may need to unmute on your end.
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Stephen. As you said, you pronounced it perfectly, which is a badge of honor. I'm an environmentalist. I've been in San Luis Obispo for 47 years. I'm also a nuclear engineer with a degree in physics as well. I've studied public energy policy and models in college. And as everyone saw during Mr. Gunda's presentation for 71 minutes, we have a very, very complicated system here. We have the highest cost of energy of any state in this country. We have the most complicated regulatory environment for any other construction of a power plant. Cal ISO directs a market that they don't own, and the CEC models a system that they don't understand. Models are really a best guess. Whenever you hear the word model, you should just think in your head, this is someone's best guess. And as earlier speakers have mentioned, they can be shown to prove anything. There's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of variables in demand, supply, grid transmission, and obviously weather events. So we all talked about safety earlier, and I want to bring up safety, right? We could talk about reactor vessel embrittlement. I could talk about that. I could talk about seismic. I could talk about maintenance strategies and how Diablo's faring and it's doing well, and it should be extended. But I did want to talk about a different kind of safety, the safety of people. When we lose power, people die. The last time we lost power, Robert Martis Sr., 67-year-old man, lost power to his oxygen machine and he died. And what did Gavin Newsom say? He said, it's devastating beyond words. Losing a family member is horrific. And to the extent that this was the reason why, I hope it is investigated and I hope those responsible are held to account. So I asked Gavin Newsom and his staff, are we going to do the right thing by California citizens and keep this plant online to make sure that safety is in fact the paramount consideration? Keep the plant running, keep the people safe. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Next will be Nick Pilch, followed by Rebecca Collins, and then Guido Nunez Mujica. Nick, your line is open. You may begin. Nick, you may need to unmute on your end.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Nick Pilch. I'm speaking for myself. First, I want to appreciate the speakers who said that nuclear is not carbon-free. I agree. And the comments about the needs for microgrids. Nuclear power is too risky for the planet. Nuclear accidents continue to occur. The most recent is the disaster at Fukushima plant, which vividly shows the risks. Nuclear accidents will continue to pollute our entire planet for thousands of years with released radioactive material. Then there is the question of waste. The byproduct of nuclear energy is deadly waste that must be successfully buried forever. The environmental costs of this are incalculable, and the risks when there are accidents or leakage are immeasurable. There's a reason why, when we talk about completely destroying something, we say we will nuke the most deadly and uncontrollable energy source. I am a former council member and mayor and was a board member of East Bay Community Energy, a very large community choice aggregator that operates very successfully in Alameda County and beyond. We made many decisions based on the decommissioning of Diablo Canyon. We rejected using energy from this plant. In our communities, there was large distrust and distaste for nuclear energy. We are already well on our way to using safer renewable sources of energy. We don't need this plant. Supervisor Ortiz-Legg mentioned supply chain woes, and I'm sure there is a little of that, but she did not mention the incredible decrease in the cost of renewable energy sources, Although in this area, we're fortunately moved to a time of use electricity plan. But for most people, there's not a large difference between peak pricing and non-peak pricing. We need to increase that difference and do education and outreach about how people can shift load and run non-essential electric loads at non-peak time. And I'll note that with the transition to heat pump hot water heaters, we have an enormous source of local energy storage. If hot water is heated during non-peak hours and hot water is available during peak hours and represents energy storage in potentially every single building. So our resources are better spent on load shifting, energy conservation measures, figuring out how to accelerate renewable energy projects and energy storage projects, and if we need to, temporarily use more imports. Please stay the course. There's plenty of alternative measures that can be taken and good reason why wise people choose to make sure this plant is shut down at a date certain. Thank you very much.
Rebecca, your line is open and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Collins, and one of the things that has really struck me in this conversation is the talk about safety and reliability. We have unexpected and sustained outages all the time in PG&E territory. And the reason for that is PG&E has not brought its transmission and distribution system into the 21st century. SDG&E has a smaller territory and has upgraded 3,000 miles compared to the 800 of PG&E in a much larger territory. There was a previous slide in this presentation that showed reliability issues are based on the possibility that there may be an energy supply shortage some evening around 8 p.m. in September 2025. The reason that DIABLO, that the judgment was issued, that the proceeding resulted in the closure by 2025 is because it was proven that we could replace the power. And indeed, cumulatively, 1 million people have left the state since then. We have more renewables that have come online than we expected. Why are we spending billions of dollars to keep this plant open when we could put that into clean energy storage? We could put that into microgrids. Much of the stoppage of our renewables is political, precisely because of PG&E stopping us from the most simple things like crossing the road with transmission lines for microgrids. It is unbelievable that we would now, after, some people spent their entire lives on making the state safer by shutting these power plants down. People were told and reassured that 3 Mile Island was safe, that Chernobyl was safe, that Fukushima was safe. It is the height of human arrogance that we would not have a giant tsunami and earthquake at this power plant. Look at what the people in Ukraine are facing now. It is the height of human arrogance to think that we would never experience the kind of terrorist attack that could contaminate half of the state. This is a political act by Gavin Newsom.
Rebecca,
this has nothing
your
to
time
do
is
with
up.
keeping,
Rebecca,
nothing to
your
do with
time is
keeping
up.
Thank you.
Guido Nunez Mujica, your line is open. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Guido Núñez Mujica. I'm a data scientist and computational biologist. I live in San Francisco. For 22 years, more than half of my life, I have been doing environmental activism. I used to be anti-nuclear, but during the last 4 or 5 years, as I got tired of the promises, of the empty promises of renewable advocates who kept telling me, no, it's just 5 years down the road, we're gonna make it, start studying energy and grid issues, because I was wondering, Germany keeps investing money and investing money, they don't seem to get results. Start studying the issue, and then I found out that Germany actually has a lot more emissions than France, which uses mostly nuclear power. And I'm talking 4 or 5 times more emissions after spending $600 billion in solar and wind. So I want to ask this to everyone in this room. If Germany, where there is mass political support of renewable energy, that invested $600 billion, couldn't make it, what's our hope of making this without nuclear? Germany decided to shut down nuclear power thinking that, oh, technology is just there, and they were wrong. The previous speaker was talking about human arrogance. You know what's arrogant? To shut down nearly 10% of the power in this state. To say dismissively when people could die, oh, you know what? Blackouts are no biggie. I am an immigrant. I came here. I chose to live here because I was hopeful for a better life. And a better life is a life with energy abundance, not with energy poverty. So please, you must keep Diablo Canyon open because it's low carbon, no carbon energy that we desperately need in this state. Thank you very much.
Next speaker will be Brett Garrett, followed by Eric Greening, then Sam Blakesley. Brett, your line is open. You may begin. Brett Garrett, your line is open. You may begin, and you may need to unmute on your end. All right, we will come back to Brett. Eric Greening, your line is open, and you may begin. Okay, I'm noticing we're having some technical issues with Zoom, so that is our fault here.
Hello, yeah, I'm Eric.
Go ahead, Eric.
Okay, good. I'm Eric Greening, thank you. And I share the concerns of Pat Wiesart, of the first 4 speakers, and speakers 7 through 12, so I don't have to repeat those concerns, but I definitely share them. I also share most of Senator Laird's concerns, but disagree with his statement that a license extension might be acceptable if it would terminate at a date certain. The end of the present license is our date certain and has been for 6 years. If that can be abrogated, the precedent is set for any future promised end date to be abrogated. Talk of some weird thing called a license extension as if it were somehow less rigorous than formal relicensing is extremely deceptive. If the present date certain is breached, any date certain can be breached. And given that, any Diablo operation post-2025 must require full and careful compliance with all criteria for complete formal relicensing. Given that the time for this is now far too short, the only operation that preserves anything resembling the rule of law is full decommissioning on the schedule we have worked toward for the last 6 years. I might add, in terms of risks, one that hasn't been mentioned yet, and that is that a tsunami does not have to reach the reactor to create a catastrophe. It only needs to mess with the cool water intake. Thank you.
Next is Brett Garrett. Your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, yeah, this is Brett Garrett, currently living in Goleta. And I wanted to respond a little bit to some of the comments about grid reliability. I would reject the argument that we need every possible source of generation. Please watch the Clean Coalition's webinar that took place in January 2021 with Loretta Lynch. She is a former president of the CPUC, and she has compiled extensive documentation regarding the causes of the August 2020 blackouts. She's shown that the California ISO was allowing substantial exports of electricity from California to other states during our time of greatest needs. We had enough resources, but the blackouts occurred because California was exporting electricity to other states that weren't even having a shortage at the time. It's a market. It's a problem with the markets, I think. Furthermore, some existing sources of electricity were allowed to be shut down for an extended period of time during that summer, even though California had paid for them to be available during emergencies. I believe Diablo Canyon should be shut down as soon as possible. Nuclear power is unsafe. PG&E has a terrible safety record, and Diablo Canyon is next to multiple earthquake faults. Please don't call it clean energy. It's filthy and incredibly dangerous. Again, I recommend to watch the webinar with the Clean Coalition and Loretta Lynch. If you do a Google search or internet search for Clean Coalition, CAISO, August blackouts, you'll find the video and a PDF that includes the slides that she showed during her presentation. Again, if you search for Clean Coalition, CAISO, August blackouts, it's very important information that I believe is very important for the decision makers. Please shut down Diablo Canyon, and please don't allow energy exports during periods of high demand and reduced supply. Thank you very much.
Sam Blakely, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Sam Blakesley. I live in San Luis Obispo. I have my doctorate for research in earthquake studies in the San Andreas Fault near the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. I also served on the California Seismic Safety Commission, and I served as the community state assemblyman and state senator, and have worked extensively on many of the issues that have been the subject of this call. My concern is that much of the discussion is focused on the theory of the benefits of nuclear power, rather than speaking to the specifics of this particular facility, which we now know is surrounded by multiple large connected active faults that were altogether unknown when the site was selected and when the facility was built. And the claims that the plant is safe are all well and good until it is not. It's a form of Russian roulette with 100 chambers, only one bullet in one chamber, and you can pull that hammer back and pull the trigger, and 99 times you're going to be able to say to the person across the table, see, I proved it was safe. But we are sitting on a ticking time bomb. These faults will move. We can hope they won't move during the operation of this facility, but we have no assurance. And this community was given an assurance and a guarantee that this plant would stop in that time frame of the agreement, which is in 2024, 2025. And I heard someone argue that this was, in fact, a bridge to the future for renewables. I will suggest that this is the opposite of that. This is not a bridge to the future. This is an anchor to the past. We will be locked into an old, unsafe, aging nuclear power plant sitting on active faults, imperiling our community and generating waste for years and years to come if this agreement is not fulfilled. And I would just urge Anna, if she's on this line, to really think about the long-term consequences of the legacy of our governor if this were the decision that was made.
Next speaker will be Dave Shukla, followed by Margie Lewis and Madison Schroeder. Dave, your line is open. You may begin. Dave Shukla, your line is open. You may begin. You may need to unmute on your end. Okay, we will come back to Dave Shukla. Margie Lewis, your line is open and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Margie Lewis, and I'm a member of Local Clean Energy Alliance. I strongly oppose extending the operating license for DIABLO nuclear power plant past 2025. In fact, it should be closed as soon as possible. DIABLO is old and unreliable, and maintenance has been deferred. It faces numerous threats due to the fact that it sits near multiple active earthquake faults. That is why the CPUC issued an order in 2016 calling for its closure. Currently, DIABLO's once-through cooling system is now unlawful. How will this be corrected? What is the cost to build a new compliant cooling system? Where and how will the extra high-level radioactive waste be stored? The only plans we have for new waste storage are generated only through 2025. And finally, PG&E is a corporate felon responsible for nearly 100 deaths. Therefore, we cannot trust them with the running oversight of DIABLO. They are more interested in corporate power and profit instead of people. We cannot extend the operating license. Thank you.
Dave Shukla, I'm going to reopen your line. You may need to mute on your end.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Dave Shukla. I'm from Long Beach. I am the co-founder of a small climate science and climate justice nonprofit, the Long Beach Alliance for Clean Energy. And a bit of, well, this is a very personal topic, I suppose, for all of us, but a bit of my personal background. I was born in Paducah, Kentucky, where we refine uranium. The first 10 years of my life, I grew up in Grants, New Mexico, where we mine uranium. And thereafter, we moved to Long Beach, which is largely responsible, along with a lot of the coal plants around the country, for a lot of the embodied carbon content that it takes to have ever gotten to the point as a society of having nuclear energy. It's not clean to mine, it's not clean to process, it's not clean afterwards to store the waste of. It is not a clean energy resource, full stop. I know a lot of people who've spoken previously who represent the nuclear industry want to redefine that. But as we've seen from the storage in Hunter's View Bay Point in San Francisco of nuclear waste, it is toxic to populations. I strongly urge you not to consider keeping this plant open past its the current timeline until 2025. There is so much mystification around a lot of the costs and a lot of the potential risks, but it only takes one accident for not only the Energy Commission, but for this governor to forever be stained by having had the opportunity to stay the course as the courts have directed us, rather than take this last minute action, which may well yield risks that the state won't be able to pay for later. Thank you.
Madison Schroeder, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Madison Schroeder, and I want to thank you for your time and for extending this opportunity to weigh in on the future of Diablo Canyon and California's energy future. I will attempt to make my comments short. I want to echo all of the sentiments made by those in support of the continued operation of Diablo Canyon, but I want to emphasize the importance of Diablo Canyon not just to combat climate change or support California grid reliability, but also the vital role that nuclear energy plays for California energy sector employees. Oftentimes, in grand discussions of climate change and statewide electricity demand, we lose sight of those that California depends on to make sure the lights stay on. I would like to echo the sentiments made by Bob Dean, representing San Luis Obispo IBEW 1245 chapter, and many of its members who work at Diablo Canyon, that operating Diablo Canyon into the future is the right thing to do for our communities and our economy. The unnecessary, and I want to repeat, unnecessary loss of over 1,500 jobs with the closure of Diablo Canyon should not be treated just as collateral damage from some larger decision, but rather should be acknowledged as a serious and legitimate reason for the plant's continued operation. It is important that we fight to take care of them just as they make sure to take care of us. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Nancy Rader, followed by John, and then by John McHugh. Nancy, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi there, good evening. Oops, hold on. Caught me by surprise. All right, good evening. Yes, this is Nancy Rader, Executive Director of the California Wind Energy Association. CalWIA agrees with the governor that all options must be on the table to ensure the lights stay on as we transition to a clean energy future, including considering delaying the closure of Diablo Canyon. But we must also consider all options to facilitate and accelerate the transition. We appreciate that the governor and legislature have recently adopted legislation to facilitate the land use permitting of clean energy resources. One of the other big challenges is interconnecting to the grid the 25 gigawatts of new clean energy resources that we will need by 2025. In California, we're fortunate to have the CAISO running an efficient energy market, planning our future transmission system, and providing non-discriminatory grid access to clean energy resources. CalWIA's transmission experts, former CAISO staff, believe we can make even more efficient use of the grid by more fully recognizing the complementarity of wind, solar, and storage resources. Fully accounting for this complementarity could allow thousands of megawatts of additional clean resources, including offshore wind, to immediately access the existing grid while fully maintaining grid reliability as we wait for additional transmission capacity to be planned and built. This is a technical issue, but one that would bring huge ratepayer benefits while enabling the clean energy transition. We strongly believe that improving grid efficiency warrants the state's attention, as it also considers extending Diablo's life, especially in case that proves not to be possible, or to minimize the duration of any extension. We stand ready to explore our ideas with CAISO, other officials, and interested stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Next is John, spelled with an H. Your line is open, John. You may begin.
Thank you, Mrs. Gallardo, Mr. Gunda, Mrs. Matasantos, and I'm sorry, I don't know your last name, Dorothy, for your considerable patience and long hours. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Great. Alyssa Hayes, you were awesome. Hi, I'm John Hoagland, some random AI CTO and ex-Googler from San Francisco, aren't we all? And I support Diablo Canyon. 3 topics and a viewpoint, gotta go fast. 1, dry hydro. We've all seen Lake Mead and the Colorado River. We're about to bring seawater to the Great Salt Lake to prevent a modern dust bowl. The water is drying up. Commissioner Gunda's slides show our move to zero carbon is relying at 1/6 on hydro, but power delivering dams are shutting down in drought, by example, twice so far at Oroville, Edward Hyatt. We'd be lucky to keep half by 2030. Those numbers aren't realistic. 2, the timeline. 2050 is much too late. Aiming at 2050 is aiming at failure. There are things we can deploy on an appropriate timeline, but their lead time is long and we're still playing around with things that don't work. Have we learned nothing from Germany's Energiewende? 3, nameplate capacity. Nearly 100% of the improvement in Commissioner Gunda's deck is in renewables, but we measure solar on nameplate capacity, the theoretical hourly maximum output, not the realistic output over the day. This isn't truthful. This planet has nighttime. Storage is a fiction. We call solar zero carbon, but its capacity factor is 21% for PV, 27% for thermal, 32% for wind. The rest, 3/4 on average, is natural gas. If we pretend that's zero carbon, we're just lying. The emperor is not actually wearing any clothes. A viewpoint. I'm worried that we're asking the wrong questions. Whether to save Diablo Canyon is obvious. Shutting this plant down would be vandalism writ large. To me, the only real reasonable question is how many more Diablos Canyon we can build and how quickly. 5, and we're done. This is a no-brainer. Then we can start helping other states. 71% of Americans and 67% of Californians now support nuclear. Build the plants before it gets difficult. Our children need this. All the actual scientists and engineers tonight said the same thing, like usual. Focus on the evidence, I beg you. As an issue of fact, nuclear power produces less radioactive waste per watt than any other power source. If you're so worried about nuclear waste, it's your best choice, not your worst. There will always be people opposing anything. Nobody died at Fukushima. Nobody died at 3 Mile Island. Half a bus accident at Chernobyl. Then they prevented 80,000 air quality deaths. Humanity has no realistic non-nuclear future. Mr. Nunez Mujica, let's have a beer. San Dimas High School football rules. I cede my time.
John, thank you. Next is John McHugh. Your line is open. John?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank everyone for their time tonight. I am concerned about the relicensing of Diablo Canyon. As Commissioner Gunda was describing earlier, it appears that there is a plan for keeping the plant open for at least a 5 to 7 year transition period, is what I thought I heard from after all the graphs, et cetera. And we should probably be straight about what is the duration of the extension of the plant license. Are we looking at a 20-year extension? If we're going to have a conversation with the public needs to understand just what is being proposed. Extending the operation of a 40-year-old plant another 20 years is concerning, given that this is the most seismically active site in the entire United States. So this is a concern. And there's been a lot of discussions about safety and the lights staying on, et cetera. But the safety associated with a plant failure is different than if it was a coal plant, a gas plant, or any other sort of plant. We're moving in a completely different direction, though, with wind plants and solar plants. And Diablo Canyon, like all nuclear power plants, are Rankine cycle plants. They're fixed output plants. They operate essentially continuously. The thing that's described as their benefit is that they don't modulate up and down. And the fact that they're operating around the clock means that we're actually curtailing solar in the middle of the day because we have to keep these plants on. So they're not actually really that well that compatible with the system that we're looking at in the future. Additionally, there's been no discussion about the amount of pump storage that would be freed up by the closure. This was the discussion back in 2016 that the pump storage associated with the Helms plant would be freed up to better harmonize the or provide backup or firm up the solar generation system. So I'm very concerned that the benefits of closure seem to be forgotten in this discussion. Thank you very much.
Next speakers will be Jacqueline Cavasso, followed by Jacqueline Cavasso, followed by Richard E.T. Sadowski, and then Carl Wirtz. Jacqueline, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Cabasso. I'm the Executive Director of Western States Legal Foundation in Oakland. The world is currently experiencing 2 acute crises resulting from the operation of nuclear power plants. Russia is occupying the Zaporizhzhia facility in Ukraine, the largest nuclear plant in Europe. While Russia and Ukraine accuse each other of shelling the facility, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said yesterday, quote, "We must be clear that any potential damage to Zaporizhzhia or any other nuclear facilities in Ukraine or anywhere else could lead to catastrophic consequences not only for the immediate vicinity, but for the region and beyond. Meanwhile, starting in 2023, the Japanese government and TEPCO are planning to discharge very large quantities of treated water stored in tanks on the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant site into the Pacific Ocean for more than 30 years. There's no precedent for any country for disposal methods such as treating a large amount of radioactively contaminated water generated from contact with molten fuel debris at a nuclear reactor after a severe accident. The UN special rapporteurs have expressed concern that this decision could threaten human health and the environment. While neither of the exact scenarios are likely to occur at Diablo Canyon, they should sound an alarm. This could not be a worse time to reaffirm the legitimacy of nuclear power. California is seen as a world leader in green energy. It would indeed be regressive for California to backtrack on its decision to close its last operating nuclear power plant. The draft legislation would keep Diablo Canyon open through 2035, in part by giving PG&E a $1.4 billion forgivable loan. This would be a tragic misallocation of taxpayer dollars. Instead, these funds should be devoted to demonstrating California's leadership in mitigating climate change through development of solar, wind, conservation, and efficiency. And I will be submitting additional comments in writing. Thank you.
Next is Richard Sadowski. Richard, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Richard Sadowski from Homefront Environmental Justice, Morro Bay. And, you know, one of the things that I look at with regards to Diablo Canyon and that whole operation, you know, many speakers were talking about the science and stuff. And one of the things that Diablo Canyon is, we can't be calling it carbon free. Some of the other speakers pointed out other issues, but the once-through cooling, the destructive nature of the once-through cooling of area is pretty significant. And actually, it was in reality, it was off by a factor of 8 with regards to the original studies PG&E did. But what I would like to see is I could kind of understand where Governor Newsom is going with this in the transition period with regarding to go into clean energy and wind energy. But this is where I kind of look at, we are in a climate crisis. The atmospheric carbon dioxide levels have, the rate of change has exponentially increased, especially in the last 2 years. What we need to do is get and cut the bureaucracy and get the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary through, get the wind farm going and built, and let's get a move on all this stuff. You know, I was a mechanical engineer for several years, and I cut my teeth at Vandenberg and working under the guys that worked on the space program. And with all these fancy computers and smartphones, these guys got to the moon in about less than 10 years with vellum paper and blueprints. And we can't seem to get the bureaucratic paperwork out of the way and getting things done a little bit quicker. That's what we need to be doing. We need to, you know, treat the crisis as a crisis. Thank you.
Next is Carl Wirtz. Your line is open. Carl, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, first I'd like to thank members or commissioners from the California Energy Commission and Mrs. Mata Santos for being patient and accepting all this public input. It must be kind of hard, but it's much appreciated. Then I'd like to thank, I'm with Californians for Green Nuclear Power. First, I'd like to thank Governor Newsom for his courageous decision to reconsider closing Diablo Canyon, because it's the right decision. And we urge legislators to support whatever changes to the law are necessary to keep it open. There is no rational reason for closing California's only source of clean baseload electricity. And it's extremely frustrating to hear issues like safety, waste, once-through cooling, et cetera, labeled by other speakers serious concerns, because they shouldn't be. They've been solved for years or even decades. I get the feeling there is no possible solution that would appease the irrational, ignorant, baseless fears of anti-nuclear crusaders, but I will try to address one. That is Diablo Canyon's vulnerability to earthquakes. They're overblown. How much? In 1993, Brookhaven National Laboratory undertook a probabilistic risk assessment to find out. Scientists determined that after considering the risk of earthquakes, operator error, equipment failures, and other factors, the probability Diablo Canyon might experience a meltdown was once every 10,500 years. 10,500 years. Diablo Canyon should not be of concern to any member of the public. Saving Diablo Canyon is only a start. Instead of an energy transition or a renewables energy transition, California needs a fission transition. We need more safe, reliable nuclear plants like it to provide clean energy for charging electric cars, for powering the desalination plants that will provide our fresh water in coming years. Do the numbers. There is no evidence solar, wind, and batteries can power the world's 5th largest economy, and there is no more time to waste. Thank you.
Next speaker will be the person with the telephone number ending in 902, followed by Peter Yanev, and then Vali Rogers. Phone number ending in 902. Your line is open. You may begin. Press *6 to unmute on.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty. AP 205 and SB 180 blindsided the public, and this meeting was not legally noticed in my community, Monterey County. Diablo Canyon is unsafe and must be shut down now. It is not an energy option. I suggest backing off goals and initiatives for electric vehicles and electrification until truly green capacity is built, and address climate change causes that are being ignored, such as the aerospace industry and rocket emissions. This fueling also ozone loss. If Diablo Canyon explodes like Fukushima due to earthquake, power outage, or PG&E mistakes, California's economy and future is gone. Over $1 trillion in evacuation costs have been estimated alone. Unusable farmland in the Salinas Valley, the Central Valley, Santa Maria, Santa Barbara, Ventura. Drinking water and marine life and fish damaged. The tourism industry sunk. State products unsafe or deemed unsafe. The loss of Highway 1 and 101 in the Amtrak corridor. And fallout impacting Los Angeles and Hollywood. Highly radioactive spent fuel is stored on-site in thin-walled casks that are already showing problems, and PG&E packs them too tightly, risking explosion and a chain reaction nuclear disaster. Diablo releases high levels of tritium, strontium, and cesium-137 into the ocean. Strontium mimics calcium, is known as the bone seeker, and how much bone cancer and marine death is caused by these emissions, and ionizing radiation damages DNA. Diablo releases radioactivity into the air very high during refueling, and fuel rods are transported along public roads. The plant relies on grid power to cool reactor cores, but PG&E had 29 safety violations in 1 year alone, including backup generators that didn't work. A power outage with broken generators caused Fukushima. PG&E used the wrong engineering data on key safety components and covered it up with the NRC. Hinkley, San Bruno, Paradise, and so many other disasters. You are risking the lives of everyone and the environment by keeping
Nina,
the toxic
your
plant
time
open
is up.
one more day.
Next is your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you. Good, good. Okay. My name is Peter Yanev. I'm a California consulting engineer with over 50 years of experience in earthquake engineering and especially earthquake risk management. So I will summarize those 50 years before I make my recommendations about Diablo Canyon, with which I'm relatively well familiar. So again, my background is in earthquake engineering and risk management with degrees from Cal Berkeley and MIT, finishing in 1970. I co-founded a company in 1981, which became the largest seismic safety and risk management company and risk reduction company in the world, about 600 engineers. and participated in many hundreds of earthquake risk management projects around the world, many of them on conventional high rises and other structures that are far more dangerous than the typical nuclear power plant in a strong earthquake. I also deployed investigating and data collection teams to more than 100 earthquakes around the world, including nuclear power plants, including Japan, etc. I personally went to and investigated more than 50 earthquakes throughout the world, several of them with nuclear power plants. More importantly, probably in all of this, is that in 1974, I wrote a book called Peace of Mind in Earthquake Country, which was the first earthquake safety management guide for the general public. It became a bestseller, and because of that, I wrote a column in the San Francisco Chronicle for a while on earthquake safety. So also in the mid to late 70s, as a young engineer, served as a consultant to the DIABLO nuclear power plant. So with all of that, the bottom line is I believe the DIABLO Canyon plant is one of the best designed, likely over-designed, nuclear plants in the world for earthquake safety. Further, my oldest son and his family live and work in proximity to DIABLO Canyon. I do not feel the plant poses a significant threat. They feel safe. We support—
Peter, your time is up. Peter, your time is up. Next speaker is Valley Rogers. Valley, your line is open. Apologies if I mispronounce your name. Valley or Vaya Rogers?
Sorry
Okay, we're
about
going to
that.
move. Oh,
Hi, I'm Valley
Go ahead.
Rogers from Oakland, and I strongly oppose the premature closure of Diablo Canyon, which provides 9% of our state's electricity while emitting almost no carbon. Nuclear power is the safest and cleanest way that we have of generating electricity, and is the only way to successfully decarbonize an electrical grid. Renewables use too much land and too many resources to generate electricity that is too intermittent to be able to support a grid. Today, renewables only work because of natural gas plants that can step in to provide baseload power whenever renewables falter. In order to decarbonize renewables, you would have to have all the gas plants gone, an overcapacity of renewables, and enough energy storage to weather both daily and seasonal fluctuations in power demand and renewable energy production. There is no technology today that can provide that enormous amount of storage. And even if such a technology could be invented in the near future, it would lead to an overly complicated, bloated, and expensive Rube Goldberg version of an electrical grid. We are better off building more nuclear plants, but at the very least, we should not be needlessly closing our last one. Germany has already shown us what happens when a country abandons nuclear power in favor of renewables. They have some of the most expensive electricity in the world, and their unreliable renewables are backed up with dirty coal and Russian natural gas. France's grid, on the other hand, is composed of 70% nuclear and provides cheaper, less polluting, and lower carbon electricity for its citizens. Right now, we are on the path to Germany, but it's not too late to follow France instead. Keeping Diablo open is a good first step. And I just wanted to address some of the other commenters who keep mentioning carbon and pollution emissions from mining uranium, but fail to mention all of the emissions and pollution involved in the mining and industrial processes necessary for the concrete and heavy metals that go into solar and wind. The frequent concerns of nuclear waste are also unfounded. Of all forms of power generation, only nuclear fully sequesters its waste stream. The same cannot be said for solar and wind, as spent panels find their way into landfills and turbine blades are buried in the desert. I yield my time.
next speaker will be Keith Hsu, followed by a person with a phone number ending in 346, and then Jay Stott. Keith, your line is open and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of New York Energy and Climate Advocates. We are a nonprofit, volunteer-based organization of scientists, engineers, environmentalists, and advocates for social justice who understand the reality of climate change and the moral imperative for timely action, employing solutions that work in the real world. To help meet climate objectives while ensuring reliability, we strongly urge you to support the continued operation of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant beyond 2025. You don't want to make the same mistake that we recently made in New York. Recently, our downstate grid lost over 2 gigawatts of carbon-free baseload electricity when our Indian Point nuclear plant was shut down, largely due to the misguided political antics of a former governor who has since resigned. After Indian Point's closure, fossil fuel combustion from the electricity sector has increased in our state, which translates to more carbon emissions and air pollution. According to New York's independent system operator, losing Indian Point has also contributed to reduced reliability margins and higher electricity rates. Modifying prior positions requires courage and a commitment to the common good. We therefore commend Governor Newsom, Senator Feinstein, and other California leaders for supporting the potential extension of Diablo Canyon. Doing so will give your state a fighting chance of achieving real climate progress and avoiding greater dependence on fossil fuels. We're also cautiously optimistic that attitudes about nuclear power are changing in New York. For example, the New York Energy Research and Development Authority recently included a relicensing of all 3 of our remaining nuclear plants in its modeling of draft plans for the implementation of state climate legislation. Take note of that. Notably, the International Energy Agency finds that extending the life of existing nuclear facilities to be the most cost-effective means of limiting carbon emissions. In addition to providing carbon-free electricity 24/7, nuclear power has the smallest land and material footprint of any energy source. Moreover, objective statistical analysis looking at deaths per terawatt hour confirmed that nuclear power is safe, comparable to renewables, and much safer than fossil fuels. Again, we urge the California Energy Commission to support the continued operation of Diablo Canyon. Thank you very much.
Next is the person with the telephone number ending in 346. Again, next is the person with telephone number ending in 346. Your line is open. You may begin. Press *6 on your end to unmute. Okay, I believe we lost that person in the queue, so we will move to Jay Stott. Jay Stott, your line is open. You may begin. Jay Stott, your line is open. You may begin.
You need to
not seeing a
unmute on your
response, so we
end.
will.
They haven't unmuted on their end. No,
Okay. Yeah, I realize that we're trying to send him a message, but we will come back to Jay Stott. We will now move to Liz Curran. Liz, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, I live in Los Osos, and I am adamantly against extending the time that the nuclear power plant is operating. And I disagree that Fukushima was not a big problem, because my son, who lives in Japan, was downwind of the radiation with my 2-year-old granddaughter. And there are all kinds of problems still going on there. And I, in Los Osos, where there's a lot of fog, make more energy than I use through my solar panels. And the only time I have no electricity is because I am connected to the grid. And when PG&E turns the power, it has the power off, I don't get power, even though I am producing energy. So that is what I want to say. I am adamantly opposed to any extension. Thank you.
Okay, we will try Jay Stott again. And your line is open. Please unmute on your end. It's the line that says JSTOTT, Jay Stott. Please unmute on your end to speak. Okay, there are a lot of people waiting, so we're going to move forward. Susan Harvey will be the next speaker, followed by Dan Jacobson and then Alexander Binnick. Susan, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, thank you so much, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. The MIT Stanford study calling for the extension of DIABLO's permit is based on the premise that DIABLO's power is flexible and can be ramped up and down as much as 50%. I doubt if you've found an engineer or PG&E executive or lawyer who will affirm that it's a good idea to operate DIABLO on anything but 100% power. The MIT Stanford estimate that it will cost 4 cents a kilowatt hour for DIABLO to generate electricity if it is kept open 10 years beyond 2025. At the DIABLO Canyon decommissioning hearing, PG&E testified under oath that the total cost for DIABLO to generate electricity is 6.5 to 7 cents a kilowatt hour, which is $1 billion a year, and that it would be more than that after 2025. Is California contemplating a cost in excess of $15 billion to keep DIABLO running? This plan aims a fire hose of cash at the project, money that could subsidize spot purchases of electricity when and if necessary, or other important projects to get us energy reliable. I also am concerned, there was a question about power being down or blackouts because of fires, and I'm confused about whether that was a transmission problem or a supply problem. And I'm concerned that those are being conflated because they're totally different things. Reliable grids are totally different than actually having enough supply energy. And I think I forgot to mention that I'm speaking for North County Watch, which is a nonprofit in San Luis Obispo County. And thank you all for your time with this.
We are going to try Jay Stott one last time. Jay Stott, your line is open. You need to unmute on your end. Jay Stott, this is the last call. Would you like to make a public comment? If so, please unmute on your end and begin. Okay, we are not seeing a response, so we will move forward to the next speaker. Dan Jacobson, your line is open. You may begin. Dan Jacobson, your line is open. You may begin. Please unmute on your end.
Yep, I'm here. Can you all hear me? Great.
Yes,
My name is Dan Jacobson. I'm a senior advisor to Environment California, and I want to thank all of you for staying on the line. And Ana Manasantos, thank you for your decades of public service. We're sorry to see you go, but appreciate all the work that you've done. And Vice Chair Siva Gunda, thank you just this week for California setting a monumental goal on offshore wind. 25 gigawatts will be seen as historic. I will raise 3 quick points, but first I do want to recognize that today the US Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which will bring in about $369 billion to the United States in the form of clean energy programs, of which there are many. And I noticed that many of the calculations and charts and assumptions that were made, I don't know if they included sort of the money that would be used from that Inflation Reduction Act. Also, it's important to note that Governor Newsom, probably by the end of this month, will have put in a record $54 billion on clean energy programs here in the state. I think those two pieces together need to be considered as we figure out what to do with Diablo Canyon, just because they're critical. Just to state the point clearly, Environment California is against the extension and think that we should be looking at these funds to be able to do that. The first point I would recognize is that the nuclear power plants have always run over costs, and so I'm concerned about that happening. The second is the reliability, which is so critically important, as has been mentioned time and time again. I don't know that the nuclear plants are as reliable, and we need to look into that further. And maybe the last thing, and I think is the most important, is that in essence, the deal is a deal. I mean, we signed on the, sort of dotted line to say this is what we were going to do with the power plant. And I don't think it's right to be able to go back. I know the challenges that we face. I appreciate that. But I think we got to stick to our deals. Thank you all very much. I appreciate the time.
Alexander Binnick, your line is open and you may begin. Please unmute on your end. Go ahead.
It's short-sighted, unnecessary, and extremely risky to extend beyond 2025 the functioning of the aged, brittle, seismically unsafe Diablo Canyon nuclear plant that was not designed to be running beyond 40 years. The Fukushima and Chernobyl plants also had excellent safety records until they didn't. On this very call, I've listened to greenwashing the nuclear industry's brand as supposedly supporting environmental justice, which is beyond ludicrous. Since many other public speakers here have already described the strong reasons to not extend Diablo's license, I'll skip directly to my other remarks. There are much more sensible and prudent actions California should take to provide fossil fuel-free energy, utilizing some of the $19.9 billion in the state budget set aside for climate policies. If these actions are taken ASAP, sufficient reliable energy could be available to avoid shortfalls by 2025 and after. The first Million Solar Roofs initiative has been a great success. Rather than creating policies that discourage additional solar roofs, the state should devote substantial resources toward load-shifting microgrids and accelerating on a mass scale deployments of additional solar roofs and battery storage by businesses and families, including low-income ones via leases and other financing mechanisms, as well as deployment of sufficient additional battery storage for existing solar installations by 2025. Additionally, credible sources, including the Public Policy School at UC Berkeley, estimate up to 50 gigawatts of offshore wind generation that could be stored in batteries could be created by 2045, generating almost 200,000 jobs. That is a huge number, and it can happen if the California Energy Commission pushes strongly enough for the necessary incentives. Finally, the state should accelerate investment in demand response strategies and mandate CEC and CPUC policy with specific targets to unleash demand response. Please don't support extending the operating life of the Diablo Canyon plant. Thank you.
Next speakers will be the person with the phone number ending in 132, followed by the person with the phone number ending in 652, then Beverly EAACCC. Person ending in phone number 132, your line is open. You may begin. Press *6 on your end to unmute. Again, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Pat Duffy, and I'm an IBW 1245 representative. I represented the 400 IBW employees at Diablo Canyon for approximately 9 years, and prior to that, I was a technician for 21 years at Diablo Canyon working for PG&E. I lived in Slow County for the past 30 years. I wanted to comment on the role Diablo Canyon Power Plant could have in supporting midterm electric reliability in California's clean energy transition. And I'd like to focus on the facts. Under reliability, nuclear has the highest capacity factor of any other energy source producing reliable carbon-free power more than 92% of the time. That's nearly twice as reliable as coal or natural gas, and almost 3 times often than wind and solar, according to energy.gov in 2021. Diablo Canyon has a lifetime capacity factor for the past 37 years between 85 and 90%. The fact is, there is no other source as reliable as nuclear power. It already exists and has been operating for decades. Keeping it in operation is an obvious viable option. The people and processes working at Diablo Canyon are the reason for the decades of high capacity factors. Maintaining the IBW workforce and the entire workforce is critical to continued safe, reliable plant operation. These workers are highly trained and qualified and cannot be replaced without months or even years of training. Lastly, clean energy transition. Nuclear power is zero emission clean energy source. That is a fact. In summary, the facts: nuclear energy is the most reliable and carbon-free power source. 2, the present workforce is critical to continued safe, reliable operation of Diablo Canyon. And 3, IBW 1245 fully supports extending the license and continued operation of Diablo Canyon and a continued source of zero-emission energy as California continues to transition to clean energy. In closing, I'd like to echo the sentiment of Assemblyperson Cunningham to follow the facts and data, especially as delineated by the CalISO and CEC presentations. Thank you.
Next is the person with the phone number ending in 652. Next is the person with phone number ending in 652. Your line is open. Press *6 on your end to unmute. Person with the phone number ending in 652, press *6 to unmute. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Edward Hunt. I'm a Coloradan, and I'm concerned that California will be shutting down. Not only does it provide 1/6 in the state of California, it also shares a grid with my state, Colorado. Nuclear energy obviously has the power density, and then it's a long time, but it's one of the few zero carbon sources. I think shutting this down for the people who feel it's dangerous, you might be kind of backing yourselves into a of relying on fossil not provide enough power density. Solar energy doesn't provide enough power density to power your economy.
Okay, person ending with phone number ending in 652, we can't hear you. Are you still there?
Oh, you couldn't hear me? You couldn't hear me?
We can hear you now. We heard you for a period, and then we lost you for a little bit. Go ahead and finish. You still have a minute.
Okay, can you tell me the part where I was lost when you couldn't?
I apologize. I am not that good. I don't have a.
We heard you when you were talking about the impact on Colorado. We lost you shortly thereafter.
Okay, I'm a Colorado voter, and I'm concerned because California, not only does nuclear provide 1/6 of California's energy, but we share a grid line and a fault line, or a grid line with your state of California. So obviously, that from an energy perspective, that I come from an international affairs background, and I've noticed that countries that are energy rich tend to do much better economically than countries that are energy poor. So I think a lot of people on this call would agree with the idea of nuclear falls within that category. The problem with wind and solar is that they don't have the power density to provide enough energy. It would make California energy. That would be a huge economic burden. I think one of the things that kind of isn't being told in the media about global warming is wind and solar would make it would it cause shutdowns, and it would be so bad that I think it would really put us at national security risk. I think right now with our energy growth, we'd be able to protect our from let's say a Russian nuclear attack, whereas if we were to rely on wind and solar, we wouldn't have the energy power to protect our country back.
Okay, your time is up. Now moving to Beverly, EAACCC. Beverly, your line is open. You may begin. Beverly, you need to unmute on your end. All right, Beverly, this is the last call. You need to unmute on your end. Okay, we will move forward with Beverly Deschaux. Apologies if I mispronounced your name. Your line is open. You may begin.
That's me. Okay, there we go. I unmuted. Okay, I couldn't find it on my phone. I found it on the. All right.
Beverly,
Beverly, we can't hear. Beverly, try again to unmute. We can't hear you. I think you're on twice, so that was
okay. There we go. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Before, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. So before I get into the issues that I would like to discuss, my name is Beverly Deschaux. I'm with the Electric Vehicle Association and two organizations who are pro CCAs. I want to say that I strongly oppose continuing the nuclear power plant. I can't believe that we're still having this conversation. I was opposing it before it was built. And anyway, so here are the issues. Some of the things that are not being discussed in this conversation is one, that the government people who did the presentations said we are producing excess solar energy during the day. That energy is being exported to other states. If we had electric vehicle charging during the day, that would utilize that excess solar and we would have it available for in energy storage in the evening. What we need now are permissions for the electric vehicles to provide a virtual power plant. The technology exists to aggregate the electric vehicle batteries that are sitting most of the time, 95% of the time they're sitting, and they can be aggregated to produce a virtual power plant. We need permissions from various organizations such as the manufacturers, the CPUC, and let's see, the utilities. We need permissions. Secondly, I would like to call out the CAISO. The CAISO had enough energy during the time. Loretta Lynch was introduced to you by Brett Garrett, and she was a former president of the CPUC. She and another energy consultant did a analysis, the 5-minute increments of the CAISO, and found that there was sufficient energy, but it was being exported. This is false, and we were wondering why that happened. It smacks of Enron, and this conversation that we're having may be why it was presented in the first place. The other issue is that the nuclear power plant is not financially profitable. It is costing ratepayers a lot of money by the PCIA that we're having to pay on our bill. I have more issues. I'll have to email them to you. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Edgar, followed by David Wiseman, and then William Smith. Edgar, your line is open. You may begin. Edgar, you may begin.
Can you hear me? Thank you.
Now we can, yes.
Sorry. One thing missing in your early presentation, and it's been missing every time I've heard anybody talk about nuclear energy, is future demand for electricity. As you probably know, to be fully free of fossil fuels, all of our energy has to come from non-fossil fuel sources, which is pretty much electricity and some solar. Things that are coming up in the future that we're not dealing with now. How do we produce liquid fuels for things like airplanes? Farm equipment, military. You think the military is going to fly battery-operated fighters? I don't think so. And other travel. Water desalinization can be done with nuclear process heat or any other process heat. Other process heat requirements come from primary metals, hydrogen manufacturing, cement, and fertilizer. And all of these things that currently are using fossil fuels to create. Someday in the future, we may want to recapture 120 parts per million of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere to bring our atmosphere back to maybe where it was in 1950. My calculations suggest that it might take 300 gigawatts continuous for 100 years to do that. I don't know where that's going to come from if it's not nuclear. Are we thinking of refreezing the Arctic? It sounds ridiculous. I'm sure it would be ridiculously expensive, but some climate scientists think it's essential. Thanks for your time.
Next is David Wiseman. David Wiseman, your line is open. You may begin. David, you need to unmute on your end. Okay, I'm not seeing a response from David Wiseman. We will continue with William Smith. William Smith, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is William Smith, and I'm speaking for myself. I would like to address at least one of Senator Laird's concerns. Senator Laird expressed concern about the environmental issues caused by the thermal pollution of Diablo Canyon's once-through cooling system. This issue relates to the fact that Diablo Canyon system pulls in 55-degree water from the Pacific and returns it at 74 degrees, which is then quickly mixed and dispersed into the Pacific, the world's largest body of water. The issue of Diablo Canyon's 19 degrees of thermal pollution, in my view, is a hyperbolic non-issue used simply as an excuse to force the plant's premature shutdown. The issue we're facing, the real issue we're facing, is CO2-driven climate change. And given Diablo Canyon will almost certainly be replaced with a natural gas plant, its shutdown will only contribute to the real problem of climate change. For those who seem to see nuclear plants like Diablo Canyon as a problem which needs to be eliminated, it should also be noted that all 4 of the IPCC's climate change mitigation pathways call for increases to nuclear power. Additionally, the International Energy Agency recently put out a report stating that nuclear power is essential for the energy transition, with the IEA calling for annual investments in new nuclear power of at least $100 billion a year over the next decade. People should try to remember what the primary priority should be right now. The current goal we should be focusing on is reducing our CO2 emissions. For the IPCC, or Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, nuclear power has the second lowest total lifetime cycle CO2 emissions of any power source, at 12 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour over the entire life cycle, including mining, plant construction, to plant decommissioning. This is compared to the CO2 life cycle emissions of utility scale solar, which is 48 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour, 4 times that of nuclear. Anti-nuclear groups have been prioritizing their opposition to nuclear power over the reduction of CO2 emissions, which has led to places like California, New York, and Germany to shutting down perfectly safe existing nuclear plants and replacing them with natural gas plants. California must ask itself if it will continue down the path trailblazed by Germany and not expect to find itself in the same position that Germany is in today. Thank you.
All right, we are going to go back to David Wiseman. David, your line is open. I see you've unmuted. You may begin.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. David Weissman, a Legislative Director, Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. The parties to this proceeding would be wise to heed the concerns voiced by the Diablo Canyon Independent Safety Committee, distinguished appointees of this governor, the Attorney General, and the Chair of the Energy Commission, who at their June meeting listed numerous technical, operational, and personnel challenges, most of which are caused by the lapse maintenance and deferred capital improvements that have been canceled due to the pending retirement. A number of these they considered potentially not solvable at all. The Diablo Canyon Safety Committee is unique, appointed by the state as their nuclear oversight watchdogs. There is no similar committee at any nuclear plant anywhere in the country. Further, this proposed legislation gives PG&E $1.4 billion in loans at below the interest rate even the state agencies charge themselves for interagency borrowing, and it's a completely forgivable loan. Add that unfairness to customers who will be burdened by the $7 a megawatt hour production credit that taxpayers will give to PG&E for operations before the 2025 announced closure date, and the failure to require that PG&E include reimbursement of the $467 million in SB 1090 funds in its Department of Energy grant application. After multiple bankruptcies and recent years of legislative bailouts for their criminal wildfire transgressions, when will PG&E stop being the bottomless money pit into which our legislators continue to dump our taxpayer and ratepayer dollars? You wouldn't let a convicted arsonist play with matches. Why would you let them play with a nuclear reactor? Thank you.
Next speaker will be Tim Smith, followed by Aaron Nowak and David Baldwin. Tim Smith, your line is open and you may begin. Tim, we cannot hear you.
Hi, Timothy Smith. I just want to add my comments in agreement with the other people who've spoken out in favor. But a couple of additional points I'd like to make. There's been some discussion about whether the nuclear energy is clean or not, or zero emissions. I believe as a scientific fact it is zero emissions, but I will also point out that as a matter of law in California, in SB 100, the legislature, followed up by rulemaking by the California Energy Commission in 2019, came to the conclusion that yes, as a matter of law in California, nuclear energy is considered zero emissions energy. So I want to add that comment. I'll also add that as part of the SB 100 process and the planning afterwards, it's been determined that there are several utilities in the Southern California that own part of the Palo Verde plant in Arizona. They have owned shares in that plant and purchased power from it for a very long period of time. In all the planning to date, it's been determined that they will continue to use energy for Palo Verde until basically until the 2050s, if not later. And I think that needs to be kept in mind, that the California will, no matter what happens with Diablo Canyon, will still be using electricity from the Palo Verde plant in Arizona. And I will also add the Inflation Reduction Act, which passed the U.S. House of Representatives today, includes significant credits and funding, again, for existing plants like Diablo Canyon, despite the settlement agreement, despite those calling for its closure. There's even more additional funding that just passed the U.S. House today. And those, I think, against the plan should perhaps be taking up some of these issues with the U.S. House delegation that passed that legislation today.
Tim, your time is up. Next speaker is Aaron Nowak. Aaron, your line is open. You may begin. Please unmute on your end.
All right, thank you. My name is Aaron Nowak, and I've lived in California for over 20 years, grew up in Auburn, and now reside in Sacramento. And I'm currently finishing my doctorate degree in nuclear engineering with the University of Tennessee. So this argument about keeping Diablo Canyon open isn't to show that nuclear is perfect, but that it's the best of the three options that California has today, not a distant date in a possible future. Option one is we keep Diablo Canyon open and maintain the 10% of the power it provides the state. Two is we burn massive amounts of oil and gas to make up for the power difference we lose by closing the plant. Or three, as Linda Seeley, the spokesperson of SLO Mothers for Peace, recently stated in an interview with Vice News, we will force Californians, especially with those with the fewest means, to live with frequent blackouts as a part of daily life. California must continue to lead the fight against climate change and to close a safe, reliable source of power when no major updates are required, no increase of electric rates are required, will be a disservice to all Californians. I support and encourage others to keep Diablo Canyon open and avoid needlessly burning more fossil fuels, subjecting young and future generations to frequent blackouts, yet again, and leaving the nation in low carbon power generation. By closing Diablo Canyon and subjecting Californians to potential frequent blackouts, we will actually be serving as a counterexample for other states, showing that building a power grid of alternatives to oil and gas is just too hard. Please keep Diablo Canyon open. Thank you, and I'll end my time.
Next is David Baldwin. David, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you, and good evening. I'm David Baldwin. I'm a lifelong resident of San Luis Obispo County, and I'm also the business manager for Pipe Trades Local 403. covering the geographic area of San Luis Obispo County. I represent hundreds of highly skilled pipe welders, pipe fitters, valve technicians, instrument techs, and the like. Local 403 members have safely built and maintained Diablo Canyon for decades, and we have a tremendous amount of confidence in the plant's continued safe and reliable operation well into the future as part of the state's energy portfolio. I think it's important to note that not only does Diablo Canyon provide reliable power to the state's grid, but does so 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without producing the greenhouse gases that are contrary to California's climate goals. I've heard several commenters this afternoon and evening comment about safety being number one, and I certainly agree. And in that spirit, I'd like to request that any decision to extend the operation of Diablo past 2025 take into consideration the funding of incentives to ensure a suitable number of the highest skilled and trained craft are made available, and also any continued operation and the eventual decommissioning be completed with the local community workforce agreement and with adherence to joint apprenticeship training programs that assure local young workers and their families have access and opportunity to the career pathways available in the skilled trades. I thank you for holding this workshop and discussion, and I appreciate you going the distance into the evening here to make sure everyone is heard. Thank you.
Next speakers will be Carl Aldinger, followed by Nick Majorino and Carl Holland. Again, Carl Aldinger, you will be next speaker. Carl, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Carl Aldinger, and I strongly oppose extending operation of Diablo Canyon, which was carefully negotiated for years with labor, with local community, with the utility, and concerned organizations. In fact, this was the first and only well-negotiated agreement with labor in the retirement of a plant, a model for which that's required for our climate energy changes. Do not disrespect this hard-fought plan. Diablo Canyon was identified as a great risk following the triple meltdown of Fukushima Daiichi. That risk has never changed. Fukushima continues to be a massive environmental and health catastrophe 11 and a half years after the initial accident. Diablo Canyon is not a valuable asset if we come up against a brownout or a blackout. In fact, those situations put any nuclear plant into a scram mode, which it must shut down and use auxiliary emergency power to prevent a meltdown. That makes nuclear a liability in the face of grid disturbances. Instead of extending the plant's operation, we should accelerate renewables, leverage and expand our pumped hydro storage for time shifting renewable energy daily, and not when it's commercially popular or strictly as emergency storage. We have advanced warnings when extreme heat events are coming, and then storage can be managed for emergency backup. Firm power is a misnomer for Diablo Canyon. It is dangerous. It is being closed. It's being decommissioned. Let's focus our efforts on forward-looking energy. Thank you.
Next is Nick Majorino. Nick, your line is open. You may begin. Please unmute on your end. Nick, your line is open. You may begin. I do not see a response from Nick, so we're going to move to Carl Holland. Carl, your line is open and you may begin. Please unmute on your end.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, I want to thank all of you for staying the extra hour to get everybody's opinions in. I think it's important to realize what we're dealing with here is climate change. And the action word in climate change is change. Vice Chair Gunda's slides very accurately showed how hard it is to forecast or look ahead and see what change is going to come. And so in times of change that we're seeing, we need to hold on to things that are reliable and sustainable and flexible. Nuclear energy is that. We should hold it, we should revere it and build upon it. I am without a doubt in favor of keeping Diablo Canyon open for as long as we can. I'm going to try and touch upon a couple things that haven't been touched on so far in all of the guests you've had. Try and imagine the never-ending round-robin chase of solar that solar would create with solar and storage and more storage and so more solar. Storage doesn't create 1 watt of power. You know, there's a new meaning to the thing of batteries aren't included. So if you look at solar that is continually having to grow, which means your the round robin is that you'll have to continually add more storage, which produces toxic chemicals and things of that sort. You aren't going to be able to keep up with it. The other thing, I say I'm running short on time. Let me talk about waste. I'll skip ahead. We aren't talking about, we shouldn't be talking about waste. What you have there is really stored fuel. As new technologies, new reactor designs, and things of that sort come into being, that what we call now as waste will be gold, pure gold. And so the extension that we should be talking about using is so that we can have more time to build new reactor designs to take advantage of the fuel source that we now call waste and move ahead into the future. I support keeping Diablo Canyon. Thank you.
Next, we'll go back to Nick Maiorino. Nick, your line is open. You will need to unmute on your end to make a comment. Nick, your line is open. You may begin.
I think I unmuted. Yes, my name is Nick Maiorino. I think I'll just read what I had written in a letter. Diablo Canyon is the last operating nuclear power plant in all of the state of California. Its extended operation past the 2024 and 2025 closure dates will represent California's commitment to the continuation of carbon-free power. Currently, Diablo Canyon provides 15% of our zero carbon energy and 10% of the state's overall energy portfolio. Consequently, the premature closure of Diablo Canyon would mean that its lost generating capacity will be replaced with fossil fuels, which would have the effect of releasing 15.5 million metric tons of additional greenhouse gases into the atmosphere between now and the year 2030. Put another way, the effect of removing Diablo Canyon power plant would be tantamount to removing all of California's current wind generation capacity. Given the fact that electricity demand is only going to increase as a result of the transition to nearly all electric forms of energy delivery, through the adoption of electric vehicles and electric home heating, cooling, and cooking, so forth, the sacrifice of even a single kilowatt hour of carbon-free energy is simply at this time unacceptable. Please, I implore everyone on the California Energy Commission to reconsider the closure of Diablo Canyon nuclear generating facility and keep California as a leader and at the forefront of fighting global climate change. I yield my time.
Next speaker will be G. Bruce Severance, followed by Ruth Strauss and Eric Dawson. G. Bruce Severance, your line is open. You may begin. We cannot hear you. G. Bruce Severance, can you try increasing your volume? Okay, so G. Bruce Severance, we cannot hear you at this time. We're going to mute you again, and then you can try, I'll come back to you. Ruth Strauss, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So again, to use the roulette analogy that somebody else used, yes, you know, anybody can say, you know, that nuclear power is safe, although I don't necessarily agree, but we are living with a roulette here in California, and I have no confidence until somebody tells me that they studied the earthquakes up to a 10, like Fukushima had, and that therefore, nothing would happen in a seismic event. That's number one. Number two, I don't know when the last time was that the plant was inspected, but I've heard from numerous sources that the pipes are embrittled. So it certainly shouldn't go back online till there's a thorough inspection and a report to the public of what needs to be done. And thirdly, whoever said there wasn't one death or whatever from, Fukushima or 3 Mile Island, actually, they're unfortunately medically naive. I happen to be a physician. And radiation therapy, radiation exposure takes years for cancers to develop unless you, God forbid, were, in Hiroshima or Nagasaki, where you were in the eye of the actual explosion. Finally, it turns out that the person that inspected DIABLO was from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and he was a senior inspector and said that DIABLO was unsafe. So no matter how safe you think nuclear energy is, if the risk of an earthquake or he said it could not withstand seismic activity. Finally, Fukushima has big water problems right now. Their groundwater is contaminated, and they're putting contaminated radioactive water into the Pacific to get rid of it from the groundwater. So things are not well in Denmark.
Bruce, your time is up. Okay, we are going to try with G. Bruce Severance again. G. Bruce Severance, your line is open. You may begin. So, G. Bruce, we see that you've unmuted. Can you try speaking louder? All right, G. Bruce, we can't hear you. You can also try calling in using your phone. That might enable you to be able to speak and ask for us to hear you. Apologies, I'm going to have to mute you again. All right, next person is Eric Dawson, followed by Laura Maish and John Bodarf. Eric, your line is open. You may begin. Okay, Eric Dawson, your line is open. Please unmute on your end and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes,
Sorry
we can.
about that. My name is Eric Dawson. I'm with the group Nuclear New York. I'm in New York City, although I spent some of my childhood in Southern California, so it's important to me. I basically want to argue against a policy of 100% renewables, and instead I think climate policy should be technology neutral. If the primary goal of any climate policy is to decarbonize by expanding zero-emission energy sources, then the specific type of zero-emission energy sources, whether renewables or nuclear, should not matter. To decarbonize a system as complex as an electric grid requires that we do so by any means necessary, using a diverse mix of energy sources. There is no good reason for a fanatical devotion to any particular technology, nor is there to exclude any zero-emission source. So nuclear should not be excluded. The state of California has among the highest electricity prices, as well as the country's highest population of 40 million, 5 million of which live below the poverty line. Crafting energy policy holistically for the long term requires we examine all relevant problems, including electric grid reliability, carbon emissions, land use, material resource depletion, and an over-reliance on imports. New renewable buildup not only requires the mass acquisition of land and rare earth materials for sprawling industrial solar and wind projects, but also for new transmission lines and new facilities for battery storage. Nuclear power has the lowest land use and lowest material use of any zero-emission energy source, which uses a fuel that the US already has a large supply of domestically. It is well known that when energy sources are measured by average capacity factor, solar and wind are the least reliable, whereas nuclear is by far the most reliable. In addition, a UN study last year showed that nuclear has the lowest long-term carbon emissions compared to any other source, including solar and wind. Knowing these facts, the 100% renewables advocates demand two nonsensical energy policies. To strengthen reliability, they say we should mostly rely on the least reliable energy sources, solar and wind. And to lower carbon emissions, they say we should shut down the lowest carbon emitting energy source, which also happens to be the most reliable, nuclear. Californians consume 280 terawatt hours of electricity every year, and by 2045, that number will likely rise to at least 420 terawatt hours.
Your time is up. Eric, your time is up. We will now go to Laura Maish. Laura, your line is open. You may begin. Laura, please unmute on your end.
Okay. Hi, thank you for taking my call and for pronouncing my name right. That's a rarity. I am calling to advocate strongly for keeping Diablo Canyon Power Plant operational. I believe that we're at an energy crossroads in California where the decision that our government makes about Diablo will have a major impact on our future. And more importantly, really the future of our younger generations. And I'm calling today to really advocate for them. This is a decision that requires big picture thinking. We've had a lot of great experts on the phone today giving us fantastic data and science to back up Diablo Canyon. I'm going to take a bit of a different take. Our culture in America has always been forward thinking. We thrive on innovation, especially here in California. But the other side of that coin is that we also are a throwaway culture. Out with the old and with the new. The impulse to retire Diablo is understandable given this innate ethos in our culture. We've been drawn toward the attractiveness of renewables and alternative energy, and we're excited about those innovations. And yet these sources have not really lived up to their promise. The intermittent and dilutive energy sources like wind and solar fail to deliver sufficient energy when we need it to be prosperous, and nuclear can. According to energy.gov, the nuclear energy has by far the highest capacity factor of any other energy source. This basically means that nuclear power plants are producing maximum power more than 92% of the time during the year. That's nearly 2 times more as natural gas and coal, and almost 3 times or more reliable than wind and solar plants. We cannot ignore that fact. The state has already gambled with our energy, resulting in brownouts and blackouts, conditions more common in less developed nations, but not acceptable here, and certainly not acceptable for future generations. We cannot further afford to wager our future. 40 million people depend on you making the right decision to keep Diablo operational. This summer, we're forecasted to be short 1.7 gigawatts of power for 1.3 million homes, and this does not include any intense weather conditions or heat waves or dropped power from power lines from fires. California's energy agencies have concluded that the CAISO-operated grid will be short 1.5 to 2 gigawatts between now and 2026. The past 2 summers have demonstrated that additional sources of energy are needed to deal with intense weather events. Looking to the big picture, California has competing energy goals. 1, reduce and eliminate fossil fuels. 2, electrify everything.
Laura, your time is up. Laura, your time is up. We're going to try G. Bruce Severance one last time. So G. Bruce Severance, your line is open. You unmute on your end. Please begin. Okay, G. Bruce Severance, we still cannot hear you. So we put the phone number to dial in the chat. Please try to dial in so we can hear your comment. Next, we are going to go to John Botarf, then Ross Coningstein, and then Brian. Okay, John, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you very much. My name is John Botarf with CleanEarthForKids.org. Shut down Diablo Canyon by 2025 as negotiated. Do not extend its license. Not only is it not necessary, but Diablo Canyon is a threat to human health and the environment. The spent fuel pools are overcrowded to at least 3 times the original capacity. We need a clean Earth for kids, not a dangerous nuclear plant at the nexus of 13 earthquake faults. The Unit 1 reactor vessel, manufactured in 1967, is embrittled, and the underground pipes installed in the 70s are subject to high pressure and cannot be inspected as needed. It is not a question of if there will be a disaster, it is when. And Diablo Canyon warms the discharge water using the highly destructive OTC cooling system, which is no longer allowed in California. Diablo Canyon OTC is responsible for massive harm to marine life and the fragile ocean ecosystems of the California Central Coast. Diablo Canyon is a direct threat to Governor Newsom's 30 by 30 initiative. Another major reason Diablo Canyon must be shut down is because uranium mining and processing has decimated land and water, with native peoples left with kidney failures, cancer, and other conditions linked to uranium contamination. Nuclear power is not clean, it is not renewable, and it is not carbon-free. But you won't hear that from nuclear apologists and those who have financial ties to the plant and industry. And nuclear power is not cheap. It only exists because of massive state and federal subsidies. Nuclear power is dangerous and destructive, from uranium mining and processing to waste disposal. Instead of nuclear, we must accelerate investments in bringing clean renewable energy and storage online, and speed up investments in demand response strategies, and mandate CEC and CPUC policy with specific targets for demand response. Extending Diablo Canyon is a waste of money. Invest in rooftop solar and energy storage, microgrids, heat pumps, and building energy efficiency. Please look at the research done by Mark C. Jacobson from Stanford. Please shut down Diablo Canyon as planned. Thank you from cleanupforkids.org.
Next is Ross Cunningstein. Your line is open, Ross. You may begin. Please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Hi there. I'm Ross Cunningstein. My day job is working in the climate and energy group at Google. And I guess my avocation is being an advocate for advanced nuclear energy. Over 10 years ago, about 10 years ago, Google spent a lot of time looking at renewable energy cheaper than coal. And one of the things that we learned was that renewable energy being cheaper than coal doesn't automatically solve climate change. We published that in an article called What It Would Really Take to Reverse Climate Change. I'd like to acknowledge a lot of the strong feelings that people have against nuclear energy. It is very visceral. And at the same time, nuclear energy is one of the few forms of energy where people are actually more negatively against it the further away they are from the plants. And so I take heart at learning about all the positive feedback from many of the people who live near the plant. I think there's many people who have expressed a lot of issues about what is it that California is leading in. I grew up in Ontario, Canada, which built out a lot of nuclear energy. As a young student, I got to visit nuclear plants and hold nuclear fuel rods in my hands and see the glow, the Cherenkov radiation. All of this was safe, and it familiarized me with the technology. And we had cheaper energy. Ontario has way lower carbon footprint than California. And so as an engineer, I asked, what is California optimizing for? Is it optimizing for a renewable grid like Mark Jacobson might articulate? Or is it optimizing for a lower cost grid that is truly low carbon and achieves the goals and makes California a leader? Yes, Diablo is older technology, but let's keep it operating and let's move forward with newer nuclear technology too. Thank you.
Next is Brian. Brian, your line is open. You may begin. Please unmute on your end.
Can you hear just fine?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, thank you. First of all, thanks for providing this discussion and patiently waiting through all these comments for like the last 4 hours. I'm a mechanical engineer and I work in the aerospace industry, but I have passion for clean energy. And I'm very much in favor of extending Diablo Canyon. The bottom line, it doesn't make sense to remove a clean energy source. Every nuclear plant needs to stay operating as long as possible, and not just for a few more years. Diablo Canyon is safe. It has over 90% capacity factor. If there were safety issues, the NRC would have gotten involved. And all these legal concerns over offending the original shutdown agreement, they're just unreasonable when you consider the damage from losing 2 gigawatts of clean energy. For example, this discussion of warm discharge into the Pacific, it's just a non-issue because, I mean, the Pacific is so vast, you can't boil the Pacific Ocean just from cooling water from a nuclear plant. or risk of accident. We saw the worst thing that could ever happen. That's like from Fukushima. And even in that event, there were no deaths from radiation and the area has been resettled. The renewables, the alternatives have high intermittency, involve an incredible amount of e-waste and rare earth waste in the manufacture. They have poor energy density and scaling issues with the grid. Then natural gas, on the other hand, just poisons the atmosphere. Nuclear waste is actually the best way to have a closed cycle since it's not injecting magnitude quantities of pollution into the air. Nuclear is so safe and so clean, it's been operating in submarines, and you can't do that with natural gas or renewables, and they're just not at the same level. So the discussion should really be on how to build as many of these plants as possible, and without question, every possible existing plant should run as long until after climate change is reversed. So I can yield the rest.
All right, next speaker will be ECTA Global, followed by, Sheila Baker, and then Robert Sarvey. ECTA, your line is open and you may begin.
I am Isuru Seneviratna, a citizen, an immigrant, and a solutions developer. I studied energy for the last 2 decades, and I'm pursuing a master's in sustainability at Howard Extension School. I am speaking today as the father of 2 young children. I support California's commitment to carbon neutrality. The scale of the challenge is immense. As many experts have expressed today, the path to a greener grid must remain a reliable one. Only 15% of California's electricity needs are met with in-state, firm, clean resources. Carbon-free generators able to provide power on demand, regardless of the time of day or weather. Diablo Canyon is responsible for at least 40% of the state's firm, clean generation. Our energy, climate, and industrial policies need to be made with evidence and in passionate scientific inquiry, not popularity contests, political expediency, or special interest group pressure. Dr. James Hansen, the godfather of climate awareness, said, quote, "The essence of intelligence and the scientific method is the ability to reconsider former positions," unquote. I commend Governor Newsom for taking the bold action to extend the life of Diablo Canyon and ask the legislators and regulators to follow the science, not Hollywood tropes. Advanced industrial nations like France, the UK, Netherlands, and Canada have committed to expanding nuclear energy. All the illustrative IPCC scenarios that preserve a 1.5-degree warmer planet require nuclear generation to expand 2 to 6 times by 2050, not decrease. As young people are looking for measurable climate action or unkept promises, I implore you to make the right choices for a prosperous California and a sustainable planet. But is nuclear safe? After comprehensive analysis of sustainable energy choices, the EU recently determined, quote, "There is no science-based evidence that nuclear energy does more harm to human health or the environment than other climate change mitigation technologies," unquote. This is not due to magic, but thousands of climate heroes who work at these facilities. We heard from a few of them today. Diablo specifically, Nobel laureate Steve Chu recently wrote,
ECTA, your time has concluded.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have Sheila Baker, followed by Ethan Koenig and Paul Montgomery. Sheila, your line's unmuted.
Hello, hi. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I live in Sonoma County, community choice aggregate county, together with Mendocino County, and the program Sonoma Clean Power plus Evergreen Energy is really based around renewable energy, and it envisions very much a renewable energy future. So this is great. Sonoma County successfully fought a nuclear power plant siting in the 60s, and I think this was at Bodega Bay, and so it's very much a dedicated environmental county. I am interested in seeing the decommissioning of Diablo Canyon in 2025 complete, as has been worked on by the Engagement Committee and by PG&E. And we can get started on renewable energy. Also, I just, while waiting, looked up on Google search what Diablo has done to the ocean, and really people should do that. It is not an environmental plant by any means of the description. And so I really think that people should Google Diablo Canyon and the ocean and look at once through cooling effect and the warming effect of the ocean and the marine life. So it all matters, and the environment is not just us, it's the earth. So thank you so much. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Ethan Koenig. Ethan, your line is unmuted. One moment. Ethan, your line is unmuted.
Hi, my name is Ethan, and I live in Sunnyvale, California, and I support the continued operation of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. The strongest argument for the continued operation of the plant that I have encountered is an open letter written to Governor Newsom by 79 leading academics and domain experts in February of this year, entitled Letter to Governor Newsom, RE Diablo Canyon. One of the co-authors of this letter is Brox Koenigstein, who spoke earlier in this call. I'd encourage everyone on this call to read the letter. If there exists a comparably sized collection of comparably qualified experts who have presented a comparably empirical argument against the operation of the plant, I am not aware of it. I have not encountered such an argument in any of the reading I've done prior to this call, and I have not encountered such an argument during this call. Thank you to the folks who made this forum possible. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Montgomery, followed by Margie Lewis, and then Bud Beebe. Apologies if I've misstated anyone's name. Paul, your line is unmuted. You may make your comment. Paul, you may need to unmute on your end. All right, we'll go to Margie Lewis and then come back to Paul. Margie Lewis. Please unmute on your end. Again, Margie Lewis. All right, we'll come back to Margie as well. Let's go to Bud Beebe. Again, that's Bud Beebe.
Well, that's pretty close. Yeah, my name is Bud Beebe, and more formally H.I. Bud Beebe, and I'm a practicing mechanical engineer in the state of California, professional mechanical engineer, and I've been a mechanical engineer for more than 50 years. In my early career, I designed nuclear power plants, and I licensed nuclear power plants, and I worked with nuclear power plants. And I remember many happy hours working with my slide rule, putting decks of cards together to feed to the IBM 360 computer. And we put together pretty good power plants, and they, by and large, have worked reasonably well. They cost a ton of money, and there were a lot of mistakes along the way that were fixed with money. Steam generators that broke, big pumps that broke, stuff that broke. But the industry has really learned from those things, and they've been able to go on. I don't know if Diablo Canyon is really safe to continue to run past its 40-year lifetime. It was designed 50 years ago. But I do think that we should think about the opening statements from this call, which are about the horrible issues being raised by the effects of climate change right now. That's the thing to keep your eye on. The relatively small amount of carbon dioxide that you're going to save by not shutting down Diablo Canyon at this time, compared to the amount of emissions that we're looking at over the next century, they're pretty small. And I would say, don't waste your time and resources keeping this plant alive. Use those resources to get new renewable power for a modern grid get those in place, put our resources into modernizing the grid using new renewables. That's the way to go. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go back to Paul Montgomery. Again, Paul Montgomery. Please unmute on your end. That's Paul Montgomery. Seeing no motion from Paul. Let's try Margie again. That's Margie Lewis. Margie Lewis. We'll go to Carolyn Cochran, followed by DJ LeClaire, and then Sheba Baumwick. And then we'll try Paul and Margie once again. That's Carolyn Cochran. Carolyn, your line is unmuted.
Hello, this is Carolyn Cochran. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak. I'm a resident of California and have been for a number of years. I think there have been a number of interesting and decent points made by both sides. And I think you can say something that's true, but what's really important ends up being the scale. I think that's also something that's difficult to communicate and to grasp, especially for the layperson as we're looking at complex and large scale decisions in our energy systems. I think the loss of DIABLO would be like removing all wind turbines in the state. It's also been compared to adding 1 million cars on the road. In other words, there's no question that nuclear power has the lowest life cycle carbon footprint of all power sources. And yes, that includes renewables. All energy sources require carbon to mine materials, to transport components, and often to make and use cement and steel, et cetera. But the lowest of all of these is nuclear. And I think what is really important is to optimize our energy systems for the lowest life cycle carbon footprint. So losing DIABLO would be a huge blow to that. Emissions have real impacts on health and death immediately. We often talk about it kind of vaguely, but right now we're losing millions of lives globally due to pollution. These impacts are disproportionately felt on the poor and the disadvantaged, not only around the world, but here in California. We would be literally trading those lives and daily impacts to health for millions of people in exchange only for fear, and only because of the reason of fear of theoretical impacts, which scientifically could be shown to show no immediate deaths and only theoretical deaths possible many decades into the future. What happens when we lose baseload? I mean, in California, and it's not often talked about, we're increasingly reliant on a shadow grid of diesel generators. In fact, there's tens of gigawatts of these. We're basically augmenting our grid right now with tens of gigawatts of the dirtiest power sources, at least in emergency situations. If we lose DIABLO, we're going to have even more of those. The California Air Resources Board estimates that just 1 megawatt of diesel operating for only 250 hours a year would increase cancer risk to residents within one city block by as much as 50%. We all know those city blocks are probably those of least fortunate. And it's crazy to me that it's almost surreal that we're discussing throwing away 2,200.
Next, we'll try Paul Montgomery one last time.
Yes,
Paul
hello,
Montgomery.
Paul here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you very much to the Energy Committee. Guys, you've really been great hanging on this long. Thank you very much. I'm also been waiting a while. So my name is Paul Montgomery. I'm a mechanical and aerospace engineer with a PhD from Stanford. And I don't work for the nuclear industry or anyway, I live in the Bay Area and I'm speaking for myself and actually for all of our children. And I believe that a decision to decommission Diablo Canyon would be a serious mistake. Such a decision would seriously undermine California's efforts to mitigate carbon emissions. As a climate leader, removing a carbon-free energy source such as Diablo Canyon basically amounts to leadership in the wrong direction. So here are the facts, which have already been stated. But Diablo Canyon, this single plant, supplies 9% of California's energy, And the single plant supplies about 15% of the low carbon energy. It's carbon free and it doesn't depend on weather. And if it's closed, it'll be replaced with carbon emitting gas fired plants. And this was exemplified very clearly by the closure of the Indian Point nuclear plant in New York about 15 months ago. Also, it will greatly impact the stability of California's electricity grid. So one last thing is safety has been studied extensively over decades, and it is safe. And spent nuclear fuel in cars is absolutely a non-problem. If I could have one in my back garden, I would. Last thing is the latest IPCC WG3 climate report states that a 90% increase in nuclear capacity is needed by 2050 to limit global warming by 1.5 degrees. This report from the biggest experts in the world, a 90% increase in nuclear power. And what we're contemplating is a 100% decrease in nuclear power in California. So I urge the committee to follow the science here and keep Diablo Canyon open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Margie Lewis. Margie Lewis, please unmute on your end. We'll move on to DJ Leclerc. DJ Leclerc.
Hi there. My name is DJ Leclerc. I know that there's been a lot of questions about nuclear safety tonight and a lot of claims being thrown out there. I myself am a nuclear safety specialist, and I focus in radiological emergency preparedness, where I plan, prepare, and train for radiological emergencies. I get to study radiological incidents, including nuclear incidents, throughout history and around the world. I get to see the worst that things can get, and I understand the worst that things can get. But I also understand the worst that other energy sources can get, and I understand the risks behind other sources of energy, including no energy at all and blackouts. In understanding all of this, I know that nuclear power is by far, even on its worst, extremely rare day, it is the safest source of energy known to mankind. I saw or heard that some people were talking about Fukushima, 3 Mile Island, and saying that the claims that nobody died were not true. They are in fact true, and that comes from the International Scientific Committee on the Effects of Atomic Radiation. Additionally, I'd like to talk about how I am a nuclear radiation science communicator, and I am on platforms such as TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. I'm amongst many young and diverse individuals who understand that nuclear power is important. So we, on our own fruition, without the support of energy, are on these platforms talking about nuclear power because we want nuclear power to succeed, and we agree with the International Panel, or the IPCC, and International Atomic Energy Agency, and many other experts that nuclear power is necessary for a carbon-free future, and that Diablo Canyon should stay open if California is going to meet its goal.
DJ, your time has concluded. We'll try Margie Lewis one last time. Margie Lewis. We'll move on to Sheba Baumwick. Sheba Baumwick. Please unmute on your end, and you may give your comment.
I think I unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You guys are real troopers, obviously, staying this late and listening to all of us. I'm going to go back to some of the commentary that has been happening, and essentially maybe I'm the lone wolf here when I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about particularly about the safety of nuclear power plants or whether the nuclear power plants do have the capacity factor, which they definitely do. It's more along the lines of the fragility of the system now. I think, given the the climatic conditions that are being thrown at us, changes in nature that is happening. I think the transmission lines are at a severe stress level, and we are seeing wildfires in California. We are seeing other events in Texas. And so the transmission lines, the entire system is extremely fragile. And so even if you have a extremely high capacity system on the centralized platform, you cannot deliver the power to the home, which then brings me to the topic of what Commissioner Gunda was talking about, the demand side grid support. I think California really needs to double down on that aspect, because as the fragility of the system becomes more severe, you need all resources possible next to our home or inside our home and offices and buildings. That's what we have to be doing, and we have to be dedicating ourselves for the next decade, because this is when we are going to make it all happen. There were comments about electric vehicles, bidirectionality. There are technologies beyond the first generation of electric vehicles that will come onto the market. So I implore and I beg everybody to think beyond what has been possible in the past decades and think beyond, what are the solutions that we can actually craft moving forward. And California is leading the way. Let's charge ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Margie Lewis. Margie Lewis? We'll move on to Patrick Brian Kloiber. Brian Kloiber. Your line is unmuted. You may begin your comment.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brian Kloiber. I'm a degreed engineer working in green energy tech in California. I support the continued operation of Diablo Canyon. The power station has produced decades of power and is capable of producing decades more carbon-free baseload energy for California and continue fueling its innovation leadership engine, seeding our largest, most resilient asset in our effort to reduce carbon emissions and meet our ambitious climate-saving goals will mean that we are accepting even more fossil fuel generation immediately. This is in addition to driving up costs to fill such a large portion of our power portfolio that has been talked about so much this evening. This would be a large step backwards and send the wrong message. Now, our topic tonight has broader implications than just individual impacts or even across the state. Our state as a whole has the opportunity to be a leader for both the nation and the world. Saving Diablo Canyon will support decarbonization, support our residents, and inspire policymakers elsewhere to move in the direction of selecting safe, carbon-free baseload energy. I implore our leaders to support carbon-free power generation and keep Diablo Canyon open. I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Patrick McKibney. Apologies. That's Patrick McKibney. Please unmute on your end.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just like to tell everybody, unfortunately, climate change will not get reversed. We've passed that point because of our inaction and desire to continue the consumptive, unsustainable lifestyle that current and past generations have lived. Energy demand is an oxymoron. Most of the energy we use is for entertainment, convenience, and non-necessities. The human species is not one that accepts change easily, but we do adapt. So start adapting to a future sustainable lifestyle. When gas is expensive, you drive less. So start driving less all the time. Learn to conserve and use less. If we all reduced our energy once by 10%, we wouldn't need nuclear power. Safe, green, nuclear energy is another oxymoron. There is no such thing. It is safe operating until it isn't. I am sure the operators and engineers and residents around Fukushima, 3 Mile Island, and Chernobyl all thought they were safe until it wasn't. We are all in this in California together. We want to keep nuclear plants open when we need the power or want the power, but it is not a safe energy to use. I live 7 miles from Diablo Canyon. It has a dozen earthquake faults running under it. The USGS says California is 50 years past the expected time for a major earthquake. If we have that, much of California will be uninhabitable. Locally, our roads will buckle, bridges will collapse, Highway 101 will be in gridlock. Our economy will fail. We do not need nuclear power. We do not need Diablo Canyon. Keep it closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Woody Hastings, and after that, we'll have Jay Stott. Again, Woody Hastings, and then Jay Stott. Woody, your line is unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you so much for the stamina, staying up late and listening to these comments. Woody Hastings, I'm a California resident since 1979. I do live in the PG&E service territory. I'm a longtime climate activist, so I care very much about greenhouse gas emission reductions. I'm calling in tonight to oppose the extension of I've been a longtime opponent of nuclear fusion power. I believe it's an obsolete technology. I'm opposed to extending the life time of the plant. The deal that was struck in 2018 should stand. And I'm not a knee-jerk opponent of nuclear power fission. Nuclear fission has promise, and I think that's where investments should be made. And the main thing I want to talk about is a few years ago, I had an opportunity to speak to a retired Diablo engineer from the control room of Diablo Canyon. He expressed concerns about safety, and those concerns had a number of dimensions. There was a freak out. He used the word freak out after Fukushima, and there was a review of the safety of Diablo. Diablo is a lot different from Fukushima in a number of ways, but there are similarities. And he was concerned about the age of the plant that we've heard a lot about tonight. But he was also concerned about military personnel on site with weaponry and, the stability of some of those military personnel. And he talked about the no-fly zone and the no-float zone in the vicinity of the nuclear power plant. And he talked about the costs of that military presence. And so my main comment, it's a question, but I'll put it in the form of a comment, is I want to see clarity in the evaluation going forward of the defense apparatus at Diablo, along with the costs of that, protecting that facility and how they are accounted for. That is the main thing that I want to see. It's been hard to find that since I had that conversation with the engineer. I poked around and tried to find data information on how the protection of Diablo is accounted for. Haven't seen that. Thanks very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Jay Stott. Again, Jay Stott. Your line is unmuted. Please unmute on your end. Again, that's Jay Stott.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Justin Stott. I want to apologize. I am out in Alabama right now visiting my family, and I accidentally nodded off when it was my last turn to speak. But I am speaking here today to put my support behind the continued operation of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. Closing down Diablo Canyon would be a huge mistake. We're in the middle of a climate crisis, and shutting down California's largest source of clean electricity is just unthinkable, and history would judge such a decision harshly, especially when considered California's tendency towards rolling blackouts and brownouts. If we look at places like Germany, where nuclear power plants are getting phased out, that carbon-free energy always gets replaced by fossil fuels. The majority of Californians support the continued operation of Diablo Canyon, and in the county where Diablo Canyon operates, that support is even higher, coming in at nearly 75% of people. Let me say it loud and let me say it clear. Diablo Canyon must continue to provide clean electricity to Californians. I cede the rest of my time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have the caller ending in 187, followed by the caller ending in 444, and then we'll have June Brochers. Apologies if I've misstated your name. Caller ending in 187, you may need to press *6 to unmute on your end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi, my name is Will Finch. I'm a lifelong resident of California. I'm calling to voice my support for keeping Diablo Canyon open. We, as many of the other people have mentioned, we've seen what happened in Germany as increased dependence on fossil fuels and fossil fuels coming from Russia, increased energy prices, and in a power plant that supplies 10% of California's electricity. It's not, we don't have the option of closing it. And really, for young people, we're talking about an existential threat to the entire planet with climate change. And we should not be talking about closing a carbon-free source of energy. So I just want to reiterate my support for keeping Diablo Canyon open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the caller ending in 444, followed by June Brochers, and then we'll have Anthony Tom.
Yes, hello, this is Bruce Severance. You called on me earlier and the unmute button was not working. I'm a co-founder of the San Luis Obispo Climate Coalition, co-founder of the Research Collaborative at Cal Poly's Institute for Climate Leadership and Resilience. I'm a co-author of the Central Coast Economic Recovery Initiative, a member of the Central Coast Community Energy Advisory Council, an energy and policy analyst studying decarbonization and in all sectors and grid stability, and also a member of the Diablo Canyon engagement panel. I have to say the first thing that I found is that has been really shocking to me is that I came across documents that showed that, and this was alluded to earlier by other speakers, that Diablo Canyon has known, PG&E has known since 2002, that they have a severely embrittled reactor core vessel, and they've continued to operate without really advertising that fact. I asked them about safety, and this was never mentioned to me by them directly, and I feel that if that's how they're representing facts to the public and to even somebody on the engagement panel, how are they communicating facts to others? This was in a CPUC filing that was written by Fairwinds and Gunderson. And I strongly recommend that the CEC and the governor's office read that filing. So people talking about the safety being proven, it's severely questionable. The economics are also severely questionable. The plant is consuming 40% of PG's operating expenses and only producing 22% of their capacity. The capitalization was grossly underestimated and tripled between 1981 and 87, and most of the additional cost was passed on to ratepayers. It can't modulate renewables on the grid, so the power that the plant is producing during peak solar hours has a negative value. The repairs, including the reactor vessel and many other deferred maintenance costs, are going to range between $400 million and $1 billion. So it's highly likely that the plant is going to require a 20-year extension in order to justify those costs. We have vehicle to grid technology.
Your time has concluded.
All the tests.
Next, we'll go to June Brochers. June Brochers, followed by Anthony Tom, Jessica Lynn, and then Jacob DeWitt. June, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
You're coming in low, but we can hear you.
Okay, is this better?
Much better.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate the previous speaker's comments. I agree with a lot of what he just said. And my name is Jim Shares. I live in Northern California in the PG&E service area. And I'm greatly concerned about the climate crisis. And, you know, really Diablo Canyon would need to be able to compete against low carbon renewable energy sources regarding cost, flexibility, and safety. And Diablo Canyon loses on all those counts. And cost We know that it's way more expensive than the other energy sources, and we really do need to see a full accounting of the costs, including, as an earlier speaker mentioned, the huge military presence that's required. Diablo Canyon is severely dangerous, security vulnerability, and huge risk, and there's massive military and homeland security costs, so we need to consider those costs and dangers. Now, the state of California is looking for resources to ensure system reliability under extreme conditions, and we need flexible sources. The last thing we need is a power plant designed to operate continuously year-round without any built-in capacity to shift its generation up or down in a matter of minutes or hours that we really need. So Diablo Canyon is also unreliable. Just in 2020-21, there was a 7th-month shutdown of Unit 2 because of needed replacements parts. And we can't trust PG&E to operate the plant safely. I mean, we look at PG&E's record around lack of maintenance of gas lines and electrical equipment. It's PG&E's been responsible for the death of hundreds of folks in California under its watch. We have those deaths. And there's the question of where will the extra high-level radioactive waste be stored beyond the plans that currently just go to 2025. The CPUC and the utilities have been planning to achieve our renewable energy goals under the assumption that Diablo Canyon would go offline. We have those plans in place. Demand response is where we should be looking to make investments because it provides flexibility and it can reduce electricity peaks. And it's a clean resource consistent with our climate goals and can be planned in a way that supports environmental justice communities. Thank you so much.
June, your time has concluded. Next, we have Anthony Tom.
Howdy, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. My name's Anthony, and I'm originally from New Haven, Connecticut, and that's kind of why I wanted to call. I spend most of my time in Tennessee now studying materials under radiation at the University of Tennessee, but my whole life I've been in a state that gets around 40 to 50% of their electricity from nuclear. And I think it's really just interesting looking back on that and how much I've taken that for granted. I've taken the train back from an island with my sister this past week, and I tried pointing out the plant to her. That gets around, I think, 40% of our electricity, about 90-something% of our carbon-free electricity. And the footprint that plant takes up was so small, I couldn't do it. Right, the train tracks go right behind the plant, and there still wasn't enough time to kind of point it out when the train drove by. And that's been solid for Connecticut for the past 30 years. And it's really, really unfortunate being from New England, seeing Vermont Yankee close down, seeing a bigger natural gas plant open up like the next year to replace it, because natural gas isn't going to last forever. The same thing we saw in New York when Indian Point closed. Someone earlier mentioned that. And 3 natural gas plants replace that when the 4th is on the way. And it's probably going to be the same for California. And it's really, really important now because just last January, we ran out of natural gas in New England, and we were burning 15 million gallons of oil a week just to keep our lights on. And that's not something anyone should have to do. So just kind of want to give that East Coast perspective. And also during my time at the university, I was able to intern at the Surrey power station in Virginia. And that's a power plant that is turning 50 this year, 50 years of operation time. So it can be done. PG&E, California, if they need to help, is able to keep these plants running because they have been running 50 years. I got photos of me in the reactor building. It's wonderful. I want to thank you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I gotta get to bed. I can only imagine how you guys must feel, but good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Lynn, followed by Jacob DeWitt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Jessica from Oakland, and I'm in favor of extending the operation of the Diablo Canyon plant. Nuclear is safer, cleaner, and more reliable than renewables. It is especially exasperating that we are even considering closing the plant in the middle of a climate crisis and a potential shortfall of electricity in the next few years, when the Stanford study shows that keeping it open will save the state billions of dollars. The previous commenters have repeatedly exaggerated the safety and environmental concerns about the plant while ignoring the millions of lives lost on a yearly basis due to air pollution from fossil fuels such as the natural gas or emergency diesel generation that would replace Diablo Canyon if we are foolish enough to close it. Closing Diablo would cost the climate, environment, and taxpayers more while making us all less safe. Please keep it open. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Next, we have Jacob DeWitt.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying late and for everyone who's been on here and commenting. I just want to share quickly that I live in Mountain View, California. I very strongly support and in fact beg for the continued operation of Diablo Canyon. It's a critical asset, not just for California, but for the planet with respect to what's going on with climate change. I am an executive of a nuclear energy company developing next generation reactors. I also have spent my life studying and basically working on this technology, advancing it because of the importance it plays. Part of my PhD research at MIT was on lifetime extension of large nuclear power plants, in particular the vessel degradation mechanisms. These mechanisms are well understood, they're well characterized, and they're well tracked and monitored throughout lifetime, not just by the utility that operates these plants, but by the independent regulator, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, as well as a number of industry bodies that operate as independent industry regulators. These all come to conclusions that show the vessel has plenty of life ahead of it, and any time that there shows a chance for the vessel's lifetime to be limited, that will be the lifetime limiting factor for the plant way down the road. We're talking about many decades away. Until then, we need to get as much clean power as we can out of this plant because we have no other options with respect to actually providing firm, clean power in this state right now. And that poses major challenges on the grid, as people have talked about. Additionally, the economics are something that need to be evaluated. Right now, we sit in a state that's electric rates continue to rise and are on pace to make California one of the most expensive states. Actually, we already are in the top 3 most expensive states in the nation, and we're on our pace to exceed even those ahead of us in price. And this coincides with an awesome deployment of renewables. But the challenge that's underscored by all of this is the lack of mixing the great resources that renewables provide with firm, clean, dispatchable power that something like nuclear power can provide. And that's why Diablo Canyon is so important to keep open and ideally paves the way for California to actually continue to lead with clean power and not lag and not go the way that failed energy states like Germany have. It's time for California to actually step up and truly lead with climate. And one major step for that is keeping
Jacob,
Diablo
your
open.
time has completed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now that there are no more raised hands, we'll move to closing remarks by Ana Matasantos, Cabinet Secretary from the Office of Governor Gavin Newsom.
So sorry to add to the time, but I want to start by first saying thank you to Noemi and Dorothy, the fantastic duo who's done a great job of facilitating this meeting with grace and lots of competence. So really appreciate you and the way in which you've run this process. Thank you to the tireless, talented, fabulous Commissioner Gunda for hanging in there for the duration. Appreciate our San Luis Obispo supervisors who've been with us, and I see that we have some legislative staff and colleagues who also have been listening in and participating for the duration, and appreciate them too. And appreciate Christine and Brian from the governor's team for also joining. Really thank you to all of you from stakeholders and members of the public and community members who participated and provided really critical input that we will take seriously and dig into many of the important issues that have been raised around safety, around alternatives, around how to best make our clean transition as quickly and as effectively as possible. And in that spirit, want to also note felt like commitment to that transition has been a consistent theme about most every speaker, and it is in that spirit and in the interest of reliability and accelerating our transition and doing it effectively in an affordable way that this conversation is occurring. So thanks again, all of you, for your time, your input, for your written comments, for your verbal comments, and thanks CEC team for hosting this workshop and for doing it as great a job as you've done. Deeply appreciative, and have a good night, everybody. Buenas noches. Cuídense.
Thank you. Now we will end the workshop. This recording will be posted in the Diablo Canyon workshop webpage on the California Energy Commission's website. The link to that webpage is in the Zoom chat. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And thank you for supporting nuclear energy. Visit us at Seattle Friends of Fission on Facebook, Soyatl on twitch.tv, the Eco Modernist channel on YouTube.